Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Photosatin Premium RC is a resin-coated paper with an alpha cellulose backing, and it's got a really soft, smooth surface that almost looks like a matte paper, except it's got that extra bit of black density and contrast and image sharpness that give it its satin-like quality. It's reminiscent of traditional darkroom RC papers, and honestly, I was really surprised when I tried this paper for the first time. It's got great black density, great contrast, great image sharpness. The colors are really vibrant, but it also has adds a nice softness to the highlights that give it its satin look and feel. And because of that, it's a paper that works with a whole variety of images when you want the look of a photographic type paper, especially if you're matting and framing your images. Photosatin Premium RC is one of my favorites.
We only get one shot at this life thing. Might as well make an extraordinary one. Like maybe there was always a little seed in us that demanded more of life, or like to go out there and get some.
I want to empower women with the skills and confidence to explore the backcountry and to pursue anything they dare to dream.
We're in a pretty hectic zone.
No one will ever understand how hard it is.
Oh my God, we've lost our minds. We'll all be talking about that trip for the rest of our lives.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of color and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang it on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the color within a composition. So that color palette is often driven by the color in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonize. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with color and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 Australian Photographic Prize here at Photographic Studies College in South Melbourne. This morning we are in room 4. We are doing the Places print category. This is proudly sponsored by Canson Infinity. Photography of diverse locations with a genuine sense of place that can include both natural landscapes and man-made elements. Places that leave a lasting impression and invite introspection for the viewers within beauty and significance of the environment captured. Aerial images are permitted, composite images are allowed, as long as the digital post-production serves to enhance rather than fundamentally alter the visual message. Thank you to Canson Infinity. Canson Infinity products include photography, fine art papers, canvas that are designed for fine art printing of the highest quality. The winner of the Places category wins a trophy, a Canson Infinity voucher at $250 and the title of the 2024 Australian Places Photographer of the Year. The international winner of the Places category wins a trophy and the title of 2024 International Places Photography of the Year. The Australian winner will go into the running for the overall Australian Print Photographer of the Year, winning a $5,000 Nikon voucher. Yeah, and Nikon's here out the front there if you want to go and see what you might spend that voucher on, should you be the lucky recipient of said voucher. Okay, so we're about to, if I can get all the judges to please gather around the monitor here, we're going to do a digital run through. Can I, Arch, can I, in a minute, just we'll hit the lights, that'd be great. We'll come down through it, we'll do our digital run through and then we can get down to our... Okay, hit the lights and let's do the run through. Excellent. Great stuff. I'm live. Okay. Talk to Chris, please. Okay. And for those in live stream land and listening in, can't put the eyes on the judges at the moment, just to let you know, we are starting our panel this morning with Craig Wetchen, Mel Sinclair, Vanessa McCauley, Paul Holan and Andy Campbell. We also have in waiting here to super sub in Afshin Johari, Ari Rex, Francis Suter, Mel Burt, Naomi Ryder. Yeah, so we've got a lot of great talent here to discuss the images. Are we good, judges? Are we feeling ready to rock and roll? Okay. Can we have our first print, please? Sorry, judges, we have a technical issue. I think the Wi-Fi has just dropped out. I'm just trying to... Yep, I've got nothing at the moment, so I'm just making arrangements. Sorry, online, I've just got a couple of little technical issues. Okay, we're back. Okay, print has scored 76, highly commended. Congratulations. Can I go for a comment, please, on this print? Paul Holan, please. You're at 75.
Morning, everyone. Beautiful presented print, gorgeously sharp, wonderful detail all the way through. Personally, I feel like I'm a little bit confused what the subject actually is and where we're being led to sort of photographically from a sort of a visual conversation. And I think colour wash is interesting, but it sort of pulls your attention maybe in directions that aren't necessarily where the strength of the image is, like up into the top left corner with that big contrast of colours. So there's a few opportunities to massage this image in different directions through tone and colour as well.
Thank you, Paul. We accept that score. And we'll go to our next print, please. We've got Ray, Digby and Rose doing our print handling this morning, and Ruth driving our scribe over there, and Laurent when he's around doing our audio. We thank those guys for their work and making it all happen for us to be able to do the public end of things. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 79, right on the high end of highly commended. Congratulations. Excellent stuff. Can I get a comment, please? Craig Wetchen, thank you.
I think this photo is, there's a couple of photos within the photo. I think a little bit of cropping would have really strengthened really the center portion of the image, but there's almost 2 images in here and you can play with the cropping.
Excellent, thank you, Craig. We'll accept that score and move on to our next print, please. Just check the bag, please. Oh, right, okay. Yep, it does. Okay, thanks, Digby. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 71. Mel Sinclair, can I go to you for a comment, please? I think the mic's just down there. Yep, great. Thank you, Mel.
There's a wonderful symmetry in this image that the entrant has created, and I'm really enjoying looking at it. However, when I get up close, I note I think the print's potentially been enlarged beyond its file resolution, and it's just breaking apart a little bit. Potentially printing a larger file or printing it smaller would improve the presentation in future.
Thank you, Mel. Great. Thank you, judges, and thank you, print handlers. We'll go to our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored a highly commended 76. Congratulations. Let's go to, can I go to Andy Campbell? We haven't heard from you this morning, Mr. Campbell, at 77. Thank you.
I think the photographer's done a terrific job with the colour palette here, referencing perhaps some Indigenous artworks in what I'm seeing, but I'm also a little bit, I guess, looking for more of a focal point with this particular image. So perhaps some further thought given to choices of what it is that you're actually trying to get the judges to see would help.
Thanks, Andrew. Next print, please. Those listening online, we're in room 4 at Photography College, South Melbourne. We're here doing the places category, and it's prints. We've got lots of prints. We're scheduled to run through here till 1 o'clock today. We've got that many prints to talk about. So if you've got a few hours to kill on a Saturday, come down and have a look at some of this fine photography. Silver Award, 81. With 3 of our judges right up there. Mel Sinclair, you were right on 81 there. What did you see and like about this?
The photographer here has showed remarkable calm and restraint and control of this print. Those highlights are well controlled, and there's a beautiful balance here. I really enjoy the composition. I think potentially playing with a crop from the bottom, you've got some lovely detail here to work with, and just give it a go on some different crops. Yeah.
Super. Thank you, Mel. Next print, please. Print has scored 79, high end of highly commended. Let's see, can I go to Craig? Can I get a comment for you on this? Are you good? Or would you like to, or I'd like to hear from Mel Sinclair. You pick Mel?
There's a lovely colour tone in this image. I really enjoy the shape captured and the beautiful detail that's when you look closer into the print.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything you'd recommend?
To improve?
Yeah.
Paul, did you have something you wanted to add? Sorry.
You've got a pretty broad brush at where you go with this category. You can pretty much do anything. And I feel like there's a little bit of room to maybe play with some of the colour tonality and lift some of the areas that maybe feel a bit murky and get the print just kind of rising off the page a little bit more and bringing a little bit more breadth of emotion that's a little bit limited by the colour palette here.
No, I saw 3 or 4 judges nodding along there, all in agreement. No, thank you. And let's do our first swap of the morning. Mel Sinclair, thank you. Can I swap one Mel for another Mel? Mel Burt, please join the panel. And we'll do another one there too. Can I thank you, Craig? Can I get Ari Rex to come in this morning here and join the panel? Yep. Thank you. No. Okay, next print, please. Those listening along while we're waiting for our judge scores. So we've brought in 2 new judges, Ari Rex and Mel Burt. Vanessa McCauley, Paul Holan and Andy Campbell make up our current panel. Print has scored 79, highly commended. Congratulations, but we're going to have a little challenge. Andrew Campbell is on 87. Andy, you're working with 2 78s, a 79 and a 74. You may start your challenge, please.
The drama of this is what I find very appealing. The sense of, I'm going to make it rain there, and not here, just there. And it's kind of clever the way that, you know, the photographer's chosen that moment to just sort of isolate that particular, I guess, weather phenomena. it's juxtaposed with this serpentine, wandering river, which has got some amazing tonality. With the colour palette used there, you've got the warm into cold. The photographer's seen something quite clever here, and it's really well done, in my opinion.
Ari Rex, I'd like to hear from you, please. Welcome to the panel on 74.
Beautiful image, fantastic. It's pretty dramatic, definitely. I just felt a bit that it was slightly overdone with the contrast, and that's what let me down just a bit, but yeah.
I'd like to hear also too from Vanessa. Oh, Paul, no, Vanessa, can I hear from you? Because you're right there on 79, right on average.
Yeah,
there.
of course. And gosh, I'm envious of the photographer for having an opportunity to take this photo. And you've added the drama. I think possibly you've tried to emphasise that drama a little too much in the handling of the colours, and they're a bit blocked up. And that's it. I'd go subtle. Just bring it back a bit and let the drama play out in the sky.
Okay. Andrew Campbell with your right of reply, please.
Thanks, Vanessa. I hear what you're saying, absolutely, although it's kind of cinematic. It's got this sense of scale and proportion that really draws you in, and I think if we had a bit of a wishy-washy top to this one, we wouldn't be sort of having this conversation. So I'd encourage you all to come into silver.
Okay. We're going to lock in Andrew's score of 87. Our other four judges may now rescore the print. Print now scores 80, silver award. Thank you, print handlers. We've got a new handler that's joined our print crew there, John Ansell. Welcome, John. Thank you for coming in and helping out. And we'll accept that score and move on to the next image. Just while we're waiting there, I'll explain to our audience that, so if a judge is 5 marks, but less than 10, over the average score, they may elect challenge. They get a right of reply like Andrew just did then. But if you were 10 marks over, we call that an automatic challenge. So basically you get to speak first to the print and that is it. But everybody may rescore as opposed to the challenge score being locked in. That's what we just saw there. Okay. Yep. From time to time too, you may see a judge step off from judging a print. They don't have to tell us why, but they may not feel comfortable with the subject. They may have had some relationship with the piece, although we've sort of vetted that pretty heavily. But again, in all fairness, they have that right to step down any time they wish. Printer scored 82, silver award. Mr. Campbell raises his hand. He is at 88. No, don't be sorry at all, Andrew. No, everybody's in the 80s. You know, you're just at 88. We're going to have an elective challenge. Please, Andrew.
I'm going to first of all applaud this magnificent colour palette. It is stunning. The choices to have the complementary colours here just work beautifully. Framing is absolutely perfect for me. I just love the way it draws you in and it sucks you right into the centre frames, and that's where the pareidolia just goes nuts, because I'm seeing a falcon, I'm seeing a horse with a flaming mane, I'm seeing all kinds of amazing things in there, and yet when you kind of think about what you're actually looking at, it's none of those things. And that's the beauty of this image, in my opinion. It just has this second level of interest. So
I'm going to go to Vanessa McCauley, please, at 81.
Yeah, I could have been a little bit shy. Firstly, can I say to the photographer that the paper choice is magnificent because it's just given it that extra sparkle of life. I think I might have been just a little bit too hard there.
Okay.
There's a little mark that I would remove because you can do that. There's a little spot up on the leftish side that I'd be looking, a little black mark. You know, you can get rid of that. and at the time I was thinking possibly just a little bit more crop from that left-hand side, but yeah, I could come up.
Paul, can I hear your thoughts on this print, please?
Yeah, I'm with Andrew. The colour palette of this is quite unbelievable. What I think I particularly enjoy, and particularly with a little bit more time, is it's given a little bit of breathing room as well. Like, we've got a lot of extra space on the top left, which I thought was a bit too much, but now I find it a nice resting point or a soft sort of opportunity to be present with subtle and fine details, and I do get this sense of ease and space around it with the composition, which originally thought maybe it was a bit too broad.
Okay.
Paper choice is fantastic. I'm trying to get, my brain hasn't quite got the pattern recognition to actually see anything in there. I want to see something in there, which is partly why I was on 82, but I'm listening attentively.
We're going to go back to Andrew for his right of reply, and he gets another chance to infuse that.
The spot might be the shadow of a little teeny birdie or something. I think that's what we might be seeing there. And as for the horse's head with the flaming ears and mane running behind it, well, maybe that's just me. But can you see the falcon? It's like the old Ford Falcon shape. You can see the bird, the beak coming in. Anyway, okay, enough.
All right.
This image, for all the reasons that we've talked about, should, in my opinion, sit in the very solid above 85 silver range.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to lock Andrew's score of 88 in. Our other 4 judges, please take all that in and please rescore. Print now scores 85. Very solid silver. Well done. Okay, thank you, print handlers. Next print, please. Charger. Right, you need to step off, Ari?
No. So when I put the score, it's empty. I put the score, it shows me the score.
Okay. I'd like you to talk to some of the technical guys. I'm going to sub you out for a moment. Afshin, can I get you to join the panel, please, in Ari's seat there? We're just going to fix some techo issues there with Ari, and I'll welcome Afshin Johari to our judge panel. Being a print category, and we're proudly sponsored by Council Infinity in this category. Makers of fine print papers. Thank you, judges. Printer scored 83, silver award. Mel Burt, can I get a comment, please? You were right there at 84.
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate the photographer on just a subtle use of tone there from the foreground to the background. It's just beautifully printed. Paper choice is wonderful, and yeah, the shadow and highlight details being really well handled.
Do you have any suggestions on where it may have got a few more marks if you were?
I don't in particular.
All right, Vanessa, you've raised your hand there.
Yeah, well, I don't like coming in just with the negative, so let me just say it's stunning. To me, I know why you've done the black border around it. I know you've had to, sort of define the image, but that's distracting. So I'll just get rid of it and let it blend into the paper, I think.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we accept that score. We'll move on to our next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 81, silver award. But we're not done. Mr. Holan was quick with his hand in the air there. He's at 87. Can we find the microphone there for Paul? Because Paul's going to mount a challenge. What happened to the mic?
Yeah.
There it is, down there. Okay. So Paul, okay. So you're working, Paul, with a 75, 83, 82 and a 78. Paul, please start your challenge.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those pieces for me personally. I could just see spending a lot of time with up on a beautiful wall in my home and being lost a little bit in it. I moved in, I moved out, I've moved in swirls, I've moved up, I've moved down, I'm drawn into elements of detail, I've lifted forward and back sort of cognitively with cooler tones and warmer tones. I feel like I'm being visually massaged by all these elements of this image in the most beautifully refined way. I probably would have gone a little bit higher if there was a touch more print resolve in the bottom of the print there, but I also could see that as a point of softening versus detail as well, as part of that sort of visual oscillation and that dance between tones and detail. So I kind of enjoy its boldness, the way it's presented as a bit unashamedly kind of here I am, and you could argue maybe it'd be better delicately, but I quite enjoy that boldness. I feel like it deserves more and I'd love to talk about it.
Okay, we're going to come across to Andrew Campbell at 75, highly commended.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. That helps, I guess. But my concern here is the kaleidoscopic nature of this. It's drawing me out of all those things because I don't have a place for my eye to rest. There's just, in my opinion, too many conflicting elements to find one that I find where I want to be. And so they're all kind of interesting, but none of them kind of really becomes the hero. And I'm not convinced that the circular presentation is really doing anything for the image.
Let's go across to Afshan. Afshan was at 82.
Thank you. Yes, I'm supporting this because of everything that you mentioned, Paul, but my like to go higher was the circular composition, and I don't know why it's there, while the most important and most interesting part of the image is in the top side of the image, and the bottom left and bottom side is just a block. But everything else is so interesting, details are so interesting, and I want to explore more, but the circle just blocks me.
Okay, let's go back to Paul for his right of reply here.
No, I was handing it to you.
Yeah, to me it feels quite deliberate, and that there isn't a singular resting point, and that's reinforced by the circular framing to just keep you in a visual flow, and that's kind of not always the case with a lot of images where that's done quite successfully, and I feel like for me here it does, and that visual flow moves from a circular pattern, it moves in and out in oscillation through the visual depth changes with the cooler and warmer tones, the detail of softer areas, and that's kind of the point. It's just a ball of visual flow that is circling in front of you endlessly. And in this particular case for me, I think that's absolutely delightful and quite deliberate and very bold. So I would love us to come higher.
Okay, we're going to lock Paul's score of 87 in there. Currently scores 81. I'm asking our other four judges to please rescore the print.
Sorry, can someone just remove my score?
Sure, I can remove your score there, Andrew.
It's too quick on the button there.
Yes. Print now scores 83, silver award. Up a couple and very valuable discussion. I'm going to do a judge swap here. Thank you, Vanessa, for your time here. I'm going to invite Francis Suter to join our panel. Thank you, Francis. So our panel is now Afshan Johari, Mel Bird, Francis Suter, Paul Holan and Andy Campbell. And our awesome print handlers, and we have our next print up. Check, check and check. Let's go. Thank you, judges. Who am I waiting on here? I've got Andy, Mel, Ashton, and Francis is coming. I haven't got your score yet, Francis. Is it submitted? And it's gone green? There we go. No, you're all good. 74 is the score. Congratulations. Let's see. Paul Holland for a comment, please, at 73.
Yeah, the photographers really put themselves in a beautiful position, the right time of day, lovely atmospherics, and there's a lot of potential here in an image, but I feel like they haven't quite compositionally leaned into maybe a simplification or a strength in terms of, you know, maybe exemplifying those warm and cool tones on the left-hand side, or leaning into that reflection in the center of the image and creating a much more simple, bold, refined composition. So I would consider going back to that place in those conditions and playing around with some different compositions.
Thanks, Paul. We accept the score. I'm going to do another judge change. Mel Burt, I'm going to swap you out, please. Naomi Reiter, can I get you to join the panel, please? Thank you. And we will move on to our next print. You signed in? Is the printer? You should, yeah. Either refresh. You good? Good. Yeah, but it is the right image, so if your score goes to that, you're okay. It's maybe just the thumbnail's not quite right on your device.
How are we going for time?
Okay. Okay. Okay, print has scored 82, silver award. Andrew Campbell at 87 is going to elect to challenge this print. Andrew, you're working with a 79, 82, 78 and an 82.
So we've got some support.
We do.
Excellent. There's an extraordinary quality to this image of this vista. I can almost hear those birds calling, and I guess what I'm drawn to here is the stillness. It's just captured beautifully. The sky, I think, works really well as a contrast to these Rocky Mountains. If there was a little more drama in the lighting, I'd be asking for gold here, but there isn't. So I'm looking for I guess, to sit this right in the middle of the silver category, because for my interpretation, I think the sense of scale here is terrific.
Afshan, can we go to you, please? You're at 78, high-end, highly commended.
Yep. Sitting from here, when the image, not turned around, when we saw the image from first glance, I wanted to go high, very high. Then going close, everything is sharp. everything is sharp, and that is against what my eye expects. I want some blurriness somewhere, at least in distance. That's one issue that I see. Second is choice of paper. I think matte paper works better for this, not a semi-gloss or gloss paper, semi-gloss in this case. And the third is the number of the birds. That's especially the one at the bottom left. I don't know why it's there, just remove it. The top right, remove it. Keep the one, and that would give me the power of one. I'll come higher.
Afshan, can I just ask before we go to Paul for comment? You made a comment there about paper, and why do you think a matte paper would have given a better
For
result?
this kind of images, I think personally I prefer matte paper because, especially something like rag, which has a good Dmax, you can get a better contrast and better textures, especially in the whites and snow. That's personal choice.
For those listening along at home, Dmax, he's referring to the density of the blacks that you can get in those papers, the solidness of that. Can we go to Paul Holland, please, for a comment? Paul is at 82.
So what drew me into this image instantly was this very gentle but distinctive dimensional luminosity. It lifts off the page, it draws you in structurally, and it has a beautiful visual depth. I kind of a little bit with Andrew, I feel like that could be leaned into a bit more and given it a great more strength. I'm a little bit with you in terms of the birds. I feel like the one on the right-hand side in particular is heading right straight into a rock, and it could have been the other way, circling around the peak in the middle to create the circular flow to dance us around the back of what is probably the hero part of the image. Compositionally, I'm a little bit challenged by the top right side in particular in terms of this big chunk of rock kind of just blocking the end of the image and maybe the visual flow just a little bit in that larger area on the right. But I'm really enjoying it, so I'm listening to Andrew.
Andrew's got his right of reply.
Thank you. Well, to just touch on a couple of things. I love the bird down the bottom. It's flaring. It's got that gliding, soaring quality to it. So I wouldn't probably remove that. Do you remember Ansel Adams? Do you remember that guy who shot everything at f/64? Everything was sharp. Everything was beautiful. We praise him. He gets hundreds of thousands of dollars for his artworks now. Perhaps the photographer is inspired by that when they've produced this, and that's why it's so razor sharp. It's got a kind of a zone system quality with the print because there's blacks there, there's detail in every highlight. So I think it's far more than whatever the category is we call highly commended. I think it's the next one up.
Okay, so I'll take the microphone there. No, we are at 82, so we are at a silver level currently, but we're going to lock Andrew's score of 87 in there, and our other four judges, please take that all on board and rescore this image. Print now scores 84. Right there, smack bang in the middle, as you requested, Mr. Campbell. So congratulations to the photographer. I'm going to do a judge swap. Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to let you off the panel there for a little while, and I'm going to invite Craig Wetchin to join the panel.
Go team bold.
So our panel now, Craig Wetchin, Paul Holland, Francis Suter, Naomi Ryder, and Afshan Johari. We're in room 4, judging the print category with places. We're here till 1 o'clock today. We've got lots of prints to talk about. As I mentioned before, this category is proudly sponsored by Canson and Infinity, makers of fine paper. The winner of this category also goes into the major prize, sponsored by Nikon. It's a $5,000 voucher towards any Nikon gear your heart desires. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 82, silver award. Congratulations, but we're not done. Mr. Paul Holan at 87 is quick on the trigger. Paul, you're working with an 83, 78 and 86. Please.
Quick draw McGraw, David. It's the only way to be. Beautifully visually presented, a lot of space, a lot of breadth, a lot of room. I really enjoy this gorgeous lateral flow left to the right, just following this lovely line of highlight. We're gently but clearly drawn in by this beautiful diagonal on the left-hand side, but it's just a really wonderful conversation about man and nature, and it's presented in a very gentle, understated way, and there's a gentle entry point and positioning of man's kind of role in here, the energy and the role we have with, you know, drawing things from the landscape is quietly presented to us, almost behind things. So there's this beautiful, gentle oscillation between the conversation of landscape and man's place and position in it that I think is quite sophisticated in how it's presented. I'd love to talk about this more.
I'd like to go to Francis, please. Francis, you're at 78, highly commended.
Yes, I highly commend it. Yes, I absolutely enjoy the color palette. I think it's well composed image. I do like the idea of the combination of man-made elements with the nature. I just got a little bit that white building on the right. I just keep bouncing to that, and my eyes just stay there. It just doesn't really flow for me. Also, I found probably the sky was a little bit too heavy on the top part. It sort of draws me up, and so yeah.
Okay, let's go to Craig Wetchen, because Craig was at 86 right there in strong support.
Yeah, look, Paul, I love the conversation that you bring to this. What resonates with me is the undulating light that dances through that foreground and then takes us right into that conversation, as you said, between nature and man. I think having that building there, it just elevates it a little bit further. And I think having the sky the way it is, it really holds you in to where the beauty of this is with the light, the landscape, and the man-made objects.
Great. Paul, your right of reply, please.
Yeah, I think that sky really reinforces the tonal qualities that are present through the whole image and strengthens them, and it also holds us and stops us lifting away. The building, I think, follows that beautiful diagonal line from the bottom left to the right and gives us a reason to follow through from a sense of visual depth as well. So we are reaching into the back of the frame and making sure we dance around that detail in the back and that added conversation around man. And Craig answered all the rest of the questions for me, so thank you, my friend.
Okay.
Let's give this a bit of a pat on the back. It deserves it.
Okay, so Paul's score of 87 is now locked in. Now, our other four judges, please rescore the print. Print now scores 85. Very solid silver. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Okay. Print scores 78, highly commended. I'd like to go to Naomi for a comment on this, please. Haven't heard from you yet, Naomi. Please talk to the print.
There's a beautiful sense of diagonals conversation that's going on with the diagonals coming from each direction. The light in the mountains is gorgeous, and there's a beautiful, there's that beautiful orange that appears down in the bottom of the landscape, and then the light that's up in the top of the mountains. That highlight in that cloud is really, really, really intense. If I were going to improve this slightly, I'd probably might consider just working on that highlight a little bit, because I think perhaps it's not the main focus point of the subject.
Great, thanks Naomi. We'll accept that score and we'll move on to our next image. Thank you. Well, our judges are judging this and considering this print today at between 1 and 2. Adam Hurrigan, who's both been a panel mentor and a judge here, has got a workshop sponsored by Nikon. It's called Finding Your Extra. It's going to be held in the trade area, and brings his photojournalistic skills to that conversation. And then tomorrow we've got 2 workshops on, both in the morning, or starting in the morning, one at 9:30 with Kelly Barker, your creative process workshop, exploring the creative process and harnessing the power of your subconscious in our dynamic workshop. Tickets are available on our website. Our scores are nearly in. Print has scored 83, silver award, congratulations. Close. I'd like to hear from Afshin, if I may, on this print. You were there at 84, very close to the average.
Very well seen, well captured. The combination of cold and warm tone was at the beginning. I was questioning, do we need the tops? Can we crop it? We might be able to crop it a bit down, but I think that cold and warm combination and the placement of that figure with the beautiful leading line from on top of the heel to that person is the key for this image. So well done, congratulations to the photographer.
Thank you. We accept that score. We will move on to our next print, please. And also tomorrow, Sunday, another workshop between 9 and 11 with Nathan Madigan from Western Australia. How Stories Work, a storytelling masterclass for artists in business. Again, tickets for that available on the Australian Photographic Prize website. All judges bar one in the silver award area at 82. Congratulations. May I have a comment, please? Mr. Holland, you were right there on 82. Oh, okay, sure, I'm happy to. Who would like to help me out here? Afshin, you're moving there in the right direction, thank you.
Yeah, I'm at 82, and I think this is beautifully crafted. Details in the trees and the midsection is magnificent. There's a lot of details there, well done. I think a bit of some of the textures or snow in the bottom have been lost, but the choice of paper actually helped to bring it back, so well done.
Great, thank you, Afshin. Okay, Afshin, we thank you for your time here at the moment. I'm going to rotate you off. Ari Rex, would you please rejoin our panel? Thank you, Ari. Our panel now, Ari Rex, Naomi Ryder, Francis Suter, Paul Holland and Craig Wetchen here in room 4, judging the places in the with prints. We're here through till 1 o'clock judging this category today. Come on in and have a look what we're all on about. Thank you, judges. Printer scored 80, silver award. Paul, please comment. Paul's at 78.
Beautifully presented tonally. There's so much detail and visual flow in here to reach into and really appreciate. Personally, I feel like there's images within images, and in some ways isolating maybe just the reflection or that beautiful tonal shift between the warm and cool tones in the upper part of the image and cropping away. I feel like the bottom left-hand corner, that big sort of clump of really solid material is really pulling me away and lifting me away from the detail where I think the gentleness and visual flow really rests and strengthens in the image. So potentially cropping or seeing what other files you've got from the same shoot to maybe simplify the shoot a little bit more.
Okay.
The tonal range is exquisite.
Thanks, Paul. I'll hold on to that, mate. Thanks, mate. Paul? Thanks. Next print, please. On Sunday from 4 p.m, that's when we do our awards. We do our awards presentation, seeing who the finalists were and seeing who the award-winning photographers are, or category winners. And then after that, we go for our after party down the Wayside Inn at South Melbourne. If anything like last year is anything to as a barometer, it will be another great night. You're more than welcome to come along. Thank you, judges. The print has scored 84. Very solid silver award. Congratulations. But we're not done because Craig Witchin is at 92. He can challenge on two fronts. He's both in the gold range, so that entitles him to challenge it straight up, but he's also 8 marks ahead of the average here. Craig, you're working with an 82, an 83, an 87, and a 78. Please, Craig, start your challenge.
This image has got a beautiful flow from the foreground in this journey through the farmland, and then you wander with the light all the way through, and then all of a sudden you're ignited by that lightning bolt, and then you kind of question yourself, this journey of what's going on in the background. Is that, you know, a volcano? So, and then you journey your way back down through, and you follow the light through the valley. Also, the color palette in here is just so sublime. Beautiful time of day. And I'm really rewarding this photographer for that, almost that decisive moment here where the composition really lends itself wholly and solely to what's being presented to us, and that undulating aspect of the multiple layers through that photograph, and the light that's right there shining where it's supposed to be shining. But yet there's beautiful tonal ranges going in through the foreground, light happening through the foreground as well. So I would really encourage you guys to come up to gold.
I'd like to hear from Naomi Ryder, please. Naomi was at silver there at 82.
Yeah, when I first saw this, I actually was so captivated by this stunning juxtaposition. There's this gorgeous line that leads you down from the top and takes you down through this almost crazy, oppressive landscape down through to this peaceful scene down the bottom, and the highlights of the livestock in the foreground and the lightning bolt in the top is actually really insane. The colours of the rocks and the landscape almost look like muscle fibres coming together. The lightning bolt is quite stunning. I think perhaps I wanted it to actually almost go straight off the top of the print and not sort of start just in those few millimetres down. I know that it's visible right through to the top, but the strongest part of it, maybe that would feel like it would cut the image in a way, but I don't know. I think that there's this beautiful blend of
Can we go to Paul Holland? Because Paul was in the high 80s there at 87.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy for all those reasons. It's quite a delicately but boldly presented juxtaposition of this almost like quiet utter serenity of they don't even know what's going on at the bottom, and we're in the most peaceful pose in the world, and there's all this drama up the top, and we're led beautifully up these kind of man-made lines and sort of nature-based lines through the gorgeous curves and things. I think partly where I just held back from a visual symmetry point of view, I'm sort of really tilted on the bottom with that base line, and I feel like from a visual weight point of view, I'm sort of pulled over to the right by that really big, large chunk of a rock on the top right, which is how it is, but I can't help feeling like there's a bit of visual symmetry or visual balance that's not quite there for me to give it that ultimately refined gold kind of feel.
But Craig Wetchin's got a right of reply to maybe convince you otherwise.
I'm trying to find the rock, what you're talking about. Look, in the stillness of this environment, I'm feeling the energy, and that the photographer is presented with this beautiful landscape. The light was there. I'm getting in my head that the photographer sets it up and plants himself or herself to take this photograph, and all of a sudden clicks the shutter, and then kaboom. That moment just really presented itself. This energy, I can hear the valley and the echo of the sound through here. I can feel the valley with the light as well, and the undulation of that light and leading us right into that lightning bolt. The valley mimics the lightning bolt. So, you know, that visual interpretation is what I'm rewarding in a gold.
So Craig's asking you to come along too for that ride there. Craig's score of 92 is locked in. The 4 judges take all that debate on and information, and please rescore the image now. Print now scores 88. Very solid silver. High end of town there. Good job. I'm going to do a judge swap here while we're swapping our prints. Thank you, Paul, for your time here. Yeah, I know. Paul's a marathon runner coming in here, but we've got to share the love. I'm inviting Mr. Andrew Campbell back in. I'll do a double judge swap, actually. Thank you, Naomi, for coming in for a while there. Mel Sinclair, can I get you to rejoin the panel, please? And we're going to accept that. And our next image is now up, judges. Can I please get you up and at it? Andy, you want to hold that copy?
All right. Would you like me to get you one next time?
Thank you, judges. Printer scored 79, highly commended. Congratulations. Yeah. Craig Gretchen would like to make a comment from 77.
Look, I think handle the image a little bit more delicately. It just seems to be over-sharpened and a bit crunchy. So just, and the tonal balance, I think, is, I'm fighting with the tonal balance in it as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And we accept that score. We'll go to our next print. So our current panel is Ari Rex, Mel Sinclair, Francis Suter, Andrew Campbell, and Craig Wetchen. We're here at PSC in South Melbourne. If you've ever thought about maybe studying photography, this would be a really good college of choice, particularly if you're in the Melbourne area. I have some of their work on display down here, and yeah, it's pretty darn good. Thank you, judges. Okay. Print has scored 82, silver award. Andrew Campbell's at 87. He's going to mount a challenge here. Andrew, you're working with 81, 77, 85, and an 80. Please, Andrew.
Okay, folks. I think that what we're seeing here is a deliberately placed. These guys are like they're on stage. These little plants in the front there, they feel like they're backlit, and it's almost with the giant redwoods there. It's almost like they're kind of curtains, stage curtains in behind. So we've got this amazing sense of depth that we're presented with in a way that, you know, your eye is led up, but then it's led gently back down because those trees and the mist, it doesn't take you out of the picture. It brings you back to the centre of attention with the fauna in the foreground. The balance is perfect and the tonality is tremendous, and the handling of this is really lovely with the way that they've gently got all those tones held so beautifully. So I think we should reward this one with a bit more.
Okay. Francis Suter at 77, highly commended.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I do completely agree with whatever he said. When I first saw it, I just was, wow, that is a big impact, beautifully seen. I probably was a bit harsh. I just found that The darker areas in the trees could have handled a little bit better. It just looks slightly over-processed to me, and also the top, and it's a very challenging situation because there's a lot of light coming through the top of the image, and I found that was darkened a little bit too harshly, and I wouldn't even mind if there's a bit more light in there because it's just naturally would be sitting there. So, yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, I will come up a bit.
So Craig Wetchin's at 85.
Look, the conversation I want to bring to this is, I teach my students when they're looking at their photography to squint. When you squint, your eyes go to the brightest point of the frame. When I squint, I see these, what Andrew's talking about, I see these three ferns in the foreground, and then when I open up my eyes, I just go boom, I go straight into the distance, and then I'm brought back into the foreground, the great amount of depth in here. So I'd ask you guys to just squint at that and see what that photographer is really presenting to us.
Andrew Campbell, your right of reply.
Okay, can you guys go with me on a little journey here? If these plants were Bon Jovi, right, on a rock concert, then all the little plants in the foreground are kind of like the mosh pit, all right? It's kind of like they're the fans cheering them on. I know it's crazy to think about that, but that's where it's putting my eye. And for that reason, and all the things that we've said already, we need to get this up into the 85 range at least.
Okay, so Andrew's asking you to rock on up a little bit there, and we're going to lock his score of 87 in. Our other four judges now, please rescore. Print scores 85. Nudged on up, thank you. And let's go to our next. I'm going to do a judge swap here. Francis, thank you. Mel Burke, can I invite you back to the panel, please? Thank you, judges. Print has scored 79, which is a highly commended. Congratulations. Can I go to Mel Sinclair for a comment on this, please? Mel, right there.
It's a beautiful found moment. I really enjoy the brilliant blue colour of that iceberg. I just feel like potentially the print needs to be brightened into the background a little bit, as I feel like it's getting a bit muddy. Just added some extra lightness, highlights in there, and pump it up.
Great, thank you. Okay, we accept that score, and we'll go on to our next print. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 83, silver award. Craig Wetchen at 88 is going to challenge this print. Craig, you're working with an 85, 83, 77 and an 82.
The color palette in this image is very sublime. I'm going to use the word that Robin keeps talking about. It's got a very arabesque feel to it.
Oh, he's got
because
the
of the
prize.
undulating lines and the way it moves and flows through the image. I think this image is even more enjoyable when you actually stand back and away from it. The color palette and the tones, and you just really enjoy that undulating and twists through that landscape of that image. The graphical orientation of it as well. So, I mean, lines and patterns are so pleasing to the human eye. So that's really where I rewarded this for that visual communication of this image, and I scored it a solid high silver.
Mel Sinclair at highly commended 77. Can I hear from you, please?
I see everything you're seeing, Craig, and I don't disagree with you. What I did happen to find, though, is that I feel like it's a little bit muddy or washed out on those darker blue tones, and I guess I would have loved a little bit more definition in those beautiful striations of the water.
Mel Burt, I'd like to come to you. You're at 83 right there on the average.
You're absolutely right, Craig. I think that this image would look fantastic enlarged, and but what drew me to hold my score at solid silver was some of that cool, there's like a blue aberration in some of those cool shadows that come off the whites right in the middle of the image, and I just think that really detracted. There's an opportunity here for the photographer to work on that, and I think blown up large, as a really amazing print, that would be really obvious.
Craig's going to talk to our print as we see it. Oh, Andrew Campbell? Yeah, please, Andrew.
Just a quick tuppence in support of Craig's argument here. The stained glass window nature of this is what I find incredibly appealing. And the other thing that I guess it's really intriguing is the wave patterns, if you like, or the residual silt striations going in different directions. It's got a kind of a kaleidoscopic thing going on there as well. And for those reasons, I'm actually going to raise my score.
Okay, Craig Wetchen.
I think the photographer has really shown some color palette constraint here, a restraint, I should say, restraint. What I love about, when we think about photography, warm colors come forward, cool colors go backwards. When you stand back, the depth that this image has in it, I think that wispiness, as Andrew, highlighted, and just rewarding that photographer for seeing that, for the graphical nature of this photograph. So I'd ask you guys to come up to a nice high silver.
Okay, so we're going to lock in Craig's score of 88. Our other four judges now may rescore the print. Print scores 86, solid silver. Ari, thank you for your time here. I'm going to, thank you, if you'd step off there, I'm going to invite Vanessa McCauley to rejoin our panel. Thank you. So Vanessa with Mel Sinclair, Mel Burt, Andy Campbell and Craig Wetchen make up our panel. Let's see, our print crew rotates through. We've got Rowan who's joined the print crew there. Thank you, Rowan.
Good man.
Thank you, judges. Print has scored 82, silver award. Mel Sinclair on 87 would like to challenge this print. Mel, just so you know, you're working with an 84, 82, a 78 and an 80. Mel, please start your challenge.
There's just something here. Sorry, there's just something waiting to happen here, and I feel like this image absolutely portrays that sense of sheltering and safety, whilst also being temporary and fluctuating. And what I really found was just so enjoyable was the way the creator has managed to use a total colour tone range. They've from bright whites to dark, to detail, to texture, to delicate lighting. This print is so masterfully printed and so well handled, and I really implore my fellow judges to come up into high silver with me.
Craig Wetchen, you're at 78 at highly commended.
Yeah, look, I'm going to come up. I'm glad we're sitting with this a little bit longer. Yeah, I'm coming up for exactly what you've discussed.
Okay. Andrew Campbell was in support there at 84.
Yeah, I'm going with Mel on this one. There's kind of the opposite for me, though. This is about a transitory period of time where there's a sense of abandonment here. But what we're also presented with is, by seeing these mountains in the background, they're timeless. They're there for the long haul. We're not. And so whoever lived here once, their place is gone. The print quality is exceptional on this. I think I might have been a bit harsh at 84.
Okay. Mel, your right of reply.
Everything's already been said. Come up to high silver with me.
So, Mel's score of 87 is locked in, and our other four judges may now rescore the print. Print now scores 86, solid silver. Congratulations to the photographer. Mel, thank you. I'm going to ask you to step down there, please. Sinclair, looking this way. She didn't get my my telepathic messages. I've got to be a bit clearer. Afshan, can you rejoin the panel, please, there, mate? That'd be awesome. And we'll move on to our next image. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 85, silver award. Congratulations, but we're going to have a bit of a chat. Mr. Andrew Campbell is at 94, so challenging both on a gold perspective and an elective challenge. Andrew, you're working with an 81, 85 and two 82s.
Cool. Means everyone likes it. When we had the run through on this one, the initial impact of this was like, boom, wow, I really hope when we see the print it's as good as that. And it is absolutely, in my opinion, beautifully printed. What we have here is this extraordinary use of the colour palette of the warm into cold, and the warmth is just sucking you right in there with the foliage there. It's just brilliant. I'm usually not a big fan of horizons in the middle, but in this case I think it's so perfectly balanced. You've got this wonderful calmness at the base of this image which is anchoring it, and then we've got all the intrigue and interest happening above, and yet it's the yin and yang thing. It's all working balanced beautifully. I'm drawn so back to the middle of this, but I really enjoy wandering around the edges as well. So let's hear what you have to say, folks.
So let's hear from Mel Bird at 81, please.
Yeah, solid effort by the photographer to create a really impactful image. What just held me back was possibly a focus on the leaves in that tree, And then off to the side, I'm wondering whether that colour needed to continue. Felt like it could just stay around the reflection and the tree and really have a greater impact.
Okay. Afshin, you're there at 82.
Yep. I will come up, maybe not to gold, but higher silver range. What I saw here is a tree on fire. Getting closer, I wanted to see a bit more detail, but I don't care, honestly. The details is not what prevents me to come to gold. What I expected a bit darkening in the background to make the tree a bit more bold. That's the highlight of this image. But I'm coming up to higher. If you can convince, maybe.
Andrew.
I'm not here to sell you a used car. The image, in many ways, is subtly speaking for itself. It's sitting back there, and we're drawn into this sort of central focus. We've all talked about the tree. We all acknowledge that it's the hero, and it's there for us. We've touched on the little surrounding bits. That perhaps is the same tree at a younger stage of its life or something, and that's perhaps why it's the same colours. We've talked about the density of the background. I'm not sure that it needs to be that heavy. It's a more gentle, ethereal quality that we're seeing here in this image. So I'm very comfortable sitting with this at gold, and I'd encourage you to join me.
Okay, we're going to lock Andrew's score of 94 in, and our other 4 judges, please rescore the print now. Some movement at the station, now 88, very solid silver. Congratulations. Accept that score, and we will move on to our next image, please. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 81, silver award. Vanessa McCauley, can I get a comment, please? Here at 79, highly commended.
I was a little bit torn with this because I love the ethereal nature of it, and it's lovely while it's sitting here. The more we get to look, you can see more depth into that background. It's coming across slightly as banding in the printing, which is probably just a texture in the water, but that was my little bugbear with this one.
No, thank you, Vanessa. Okay, we accept that, and we'll go on to our next print, please. Andrew's pointing out my hand signals. I'm trying to be ever so subtle, and I've been called out now. I'm just checking on our various judges. I give them thumbs up signals, and are they ready to come back on, and have we got devices sorted, and all that kind of thing. I not only talk a whole lot verbally, it's sort of the sign language too. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 79, highly commended. Andrew, could I ask you for a comment on this? You're at 78, highly commended.
I've been having conversations in my head since I've been looking at this one, trying to decide where I want it to go. There's a blockiness to the rocks in the foreground that seems to be just taking a little bit too much of my attention, because the hero of the story in the background just seems somehow a little diminished. Now, I'm not sure exactly what the photographer would be able to do here, and perhaps one of you lovely people could, help the photographer along a little more, but I suspect that getting some more detail in there might help.
I see a couple of nods there in agreement, so I think you've already helped them there, Andrew. Thank you. We'll go to our next print, please. Judges. This print has scored 75. Can I go for a comment, please? Who'd like to offer me a comment on that? Vanessa Macaulay, thank you. You're at 75.
Yeah, what a location, what light, what a capture. And I think you've got the essence of a really great photo there. There's just some blocking up in the colours. It's just very intense, and I would look at backing that off just a little bit so that the subject can do some of the talking.
Great, thank you, Vanessa. Okay, I'm going to do a judge swap. Thank you, Mel Burt. I'm going to invite Francis Suter back to rejoin us with a now freshly rebooted device, and yep, I'm going to give it a crack, Francis. And we'll move in there. Print has scored 79, which is a highly commended. I'm giving Mr. Campbell the visual cue to talk to this, because Andrew's at 87. You've got another judge in 80, 78, 77, 75. Please, Andrew.
The panoramic nature of this image has been selected, I guess, carefully to give us that sense of looking through the letterbox at this view. What we're seeing, I guess, there's a really quite wonderful tonality through this. I'd like to see a little bit more detail in the foreground, but maybe I don't need to because it's all there. I guess it's reflective of the time of day that it's shot. The depth, I think, is what appealed to me in the first place, and I might be out on my own here at 87, and forgive me for that, but I'll probably encourage you to come up to a silver.
Let's go to Francis there at 78, highly commended.
Yes, I completely agree. It's beautifully seen. I think the crop works really, really well. Actually, everything is there. It's just a treatment of the actual image. There's so much there. So I would go back and have a look. There's these beautiful little trees in the foreground that could brought out. So I think with a bit more work, this would go really, really well.
Vanessa Macaulay, you're at 80, so just in silver right there.
So I think I was rewarding the photographer for demonstrating to us gradation in depth, and so how we learn about, you know, it's darker in the foreground and hills, and they get lighter as they go further back. So there's a great sense of showing us that receding depth. And at first I was a bit concerned about the palette, but I think it's been done on purpose. This is purposely moody, a bit gritty in its colour choice, which helps to emphasise that foreground. I think it's very purposely handled image.
Okay. Andrew, your right of reply, please.
Let's go with that.
Okay. Andrew's happy with what's been said, so we're going to lock Andrew's score in of 87, and our other 4 judges now can rescore this print. Print scores 79. Stays right there. It did average 81, but we have a majority rule where we had 3 judges in the 70s, and so there it stays for the moment, but a very valuable discussion. Craig Wetchen, thank you for your time. Paul Holland, can I invite you back onto the panel, please? Yeah. Going to step off for a few minutes. I'm going to invite Kay Davis to panel chair, panel mentor for a little while.
Absolutely. Morning. Good morning, everyone. How are we today? Who are we waiting on? Vanessa, 1, 2, 3, 4. Waiting on Paul for his score to come through.
I'm sorry, press submit 4 times. I'll try again.
Refresh. Thank you, and we have a score of 85, but we've got a hand that's gone up straight away. That's a solid silver straight away. We've got Afshin is going to challenge that. He's on 92.
What am I dealing with? Okay, everyone is in silver and high silver range. I think we all have seen what it is. A beautifully presented heart to us. I think the photographer has seen this and captured this beautifully presented, beautifully printed with all the details that we need. It ticks all the boxes, and I would love to have a chat with my fellow judges about this.
Thank you. I'm going to get you to pass that to Vanessa for a comment.
Yeah, and the encircling of water around the heart really adds to that too. So congratulations, especially for the palette in this as well, colour palette. It's the top right-hand corner that's really just blocking me, and I just desperately would love to get the little croppers out and bring it in so that we've just got more attention towards that deliberately chosen subject.
Thank you, and I'm going to go to Frances for a comment. You're sitting right sort of in around that.
Yes, look, and I agree with both what has been said so far. Absolutely, right-hand corner, a little bit soft. For me personally, the heart shape, I could see that straight away. There is a lot of tension in that image too, and I wondered if we just would give the main hero in the image a little bit more space around it to breathe. That would work for me better.
Yeah, you've got a few people nodding there. Afshin, back to you for right of reply.
Sure. So yeah, the highlight on top, we have all the details there. It might seem soft, but we have it there. Everything is there. actually that highlight shaped the heart and gave us this three-dimensionality of this subject to us. We don't know what's going on around it, so maybe if it was wider crop, we could see something else, and someone could ask, oh, the tighter crop could give us a better subject of, show us a subject better. So this definitely is a deliberate choice by the photographer to show and display this subject to us in the way that it is presented, and it is beautiful. I think it deserves to be awarded as such, and I think it deserves to be in gold range, and I really recommend and suggest photographers to, my fellow judges to come up in gold with me.
Thank you. Karen, judges already scored. Afshin, yours is held. Oh, hang on, what have I got? Okay, you're right. Francis, yours is thank you, and it's gone up 2 points to 87. Well done. Solid silver. And we'll have the next print, please. Print handlers here are doing a fantastic job, taking very special care of all the prints coming through. And again, a big shout out to the Photographic Studies College for hosting us here at this event. It's a fantastic venue. And we have a score of 83. Well done, silver award. And no, what I'm going to do is get someone to make a comment only.
Beautifully and boldly presented and given us a lot of space to lead into that gorgeous colour palette. Where I feel like it could be improved is it feels kind of over-sharpened and over-treated, and it's lost that gentleness and subtlety to dance with, and maybe even choosing an absolutely smooth paper rather than a textured paper that's accentuating that kind of over-sharpened feel would soften it a little bit and just to give us a bit more grace to move around the image more gently.
Yep, you've got some nods there from other judges as well. Great comments there. Thank you, Paul. And we'll have the next print, please. And we'll get your scores, please, judges. Keep this moving along. And we have a score of 80, silver award. And we have an elective challenge from Paul. He's on 85.
Yeah, I always feel like I'm in that position. I kind of need to honour the photographer by having a conversation. What's really pulling me in here is this incredibly beautiful, aesthetic, cinematic mood. There's power in here. There's mystery in here. There's a mooding, kind of brooding strength in how far they're pushed into the blacks and how held we are in this area by that vignetting at the top. We're kind of very well directed, and I feel there's a lot of deliberateness here, and there's a lot of emotion here. We're being held in. I didn't go higher because there's a few print issues with some vertical sort of banding coming through here, but from back here that's kind of irrelevant, and that's where and how I'm going to be interacting with this image. I'm not going to be poking my nose in it when I'm enjoying it. But I'm happy to hear your thoughts.
Afshin, over to you for your comments.
Yes, the print issues that we see, as well as the muddiness and loss of detail in almost half of the image, is starting to come higher. And I don't believe that this is deliberate. I think it is a print issue, and we are judging print, so that was a bit harsh maybe from me, but coming to high silver is a bit hard for me at this moment.
Yeah, we'll get a comment too from Vanessa, please.
I'm quite there with that. It was very difficult to move past the printing issues in the print category, so that's why I was hesitating. There is detail in that front. It just needs to be worked on. It needs to be finessed. It needs to be brought out, and because it's a stunning location, and it's a very well seen selection. It just needs to have some attention with the printing.
Thank you. And Paul, you have the right of reply.
Thank you, fellow judges. All excellent points, and I agree with them all. What I do feel like, though, is the detail is there where you need it. You can reach into every corner of the image and still see it there. And I feel like there's a deliberateness in that we're held right on that D-max kind of point, and that you're just on that dark edge of black, and you've got to actually push in just to see it there. And to me, that feels there's a beautiful deliberateness there, and also the use of that really cool tone, kind of accentuating that kind of like contraction emotionally and that darker kind of feeling. And it just sort of feels like the handling of that, and particularly leading into the real D-max is quite deliberate and quite brooding and really powerful, and adds more emotion than lightening up those areas would be. I'd be dancing around all these little details and moving away from the drama and mood and emotion if I was being distracted by all that. But there's enough there to lean into if you want it, particularly under judging lights. So I'd love to award it with a few more points.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And we've gone up 2 points, and it's now 82. Nice silver. And we'll have the next print, please. And the print scores 79. And there's no challenges there, but I'm going to get a comment, please, from Vanessa.
The way that you have made used a long exposure to give us a really soft, velvety feel in the water, and the sand is just delightful. Where I would strengthen, I'm still trying to decide exactly, but I'm thinking a crop and getting rid of possibly all of the cliffs on the left-hand side and leaving it that our one little subject of the little branch just sitting there on the sand is our hero within that image. Really beautifully handled in the colour palette as well.
Great comments there. Thank you, Vanessa. And we will have the next print, please, and I'm going to hand it back to David.
Okay, this print has scored 79. Highly commended. Congratulations. Can I get a comment from Francis Suter, please? Francis, you were right there at 78. Highly commended.
Highly commended, yes. Look, beautifully seen, good use of light, right time of the day. Just to improve it, probably look at slightly a different crop, maybe bring that top in a little bit. Also, probably a slightly different angle of view, just to avoid a little bit of the busy background, but well seen and well handled.
Thank you, Francis. We'll accept that score and we'll go on to our next image, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 78. Highly commended. Can I get a comment, please, on this? Afshan, can I ask you to speak to this? You were right on that 78.
Yeah, very well seen and captured. Perhaps some of the details in the snow is lost, and maybe a different crop from top. I'm a fan of a square crop, but I think the negative space on top is a bit overwhelming for me.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Just we can hold that print for a moment. Vanessa McCauley and Craig Wetchen, your services are required. Would you please go and see Kay Davis? And no, Craig, you're going to go and see Kay as well, please. Vanessa and can I invite Mel Sinclair to rejoin our panel, please? Thank you. And we'll accept that score and move to our next image, please. Thank you, judges. Okay. Print has scored 76. Everybody in that range or close to the highly commended there. Can I get a comment, please? Yes, please, Paul. Thank you. At 73.
Yeah, the photographer's chosen a wonderful vantage point and a very interesting subject. Where I feel it could potentially be improved, if you moved a little bit left to the right, you didn't have that kind of distracting kind of colour coming right off the top of the key subject. Being a little more careful and mindful of the casting that come through. There's a very strong magenta casting coming through the foreground, which is sort of taken away, and just paying a little bit more attention to the print resolve and quality, particularly in the back of the frame. It is very, very beautifully resolved on the key subject, but it falls away in a distracting way and into the corners in particular. But thank you.
3 hot tips there. Can I do a judge swap, please? Naomi Ryder, can I invite you to the panel? Francis Suter, thank you for your time there. We'll accept that score and go on to our next print, please. So our panel will be Mel Sinclair, Afshan Johari, Naomi Ryder, Andrew Campbell and Paul Holland. We're judging the places category and we've got lovely prints in front of us here in room 4 at Photography Studies College in Thistlethwaite Street, South Melbourne. Yes, I know. Thistlethwaite. I have to really slow down. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 79, but we're going to have a challenge from Mr. Andrew Campbell at 88. All judges are either 76, 2 78s and a 79. Please, Mr. Campbell.
There's a sense of travel in this one that is really intriguing. We've all been there and done that. We've looked out train windows on wet days. We've looked out of our cars. But in this case, perhaps the person is on a boat and we're looking through the porthole and it's stormy and it's snowing outside and yet this is the view that the person is seeing, and I'm kind of going along the journey of enjoying what it is that they're seeing here, because the background of that is fantastic. It's, taking me to somewhere I'd probably like to go. And I don't blame them for not going outside.
Paul Holland, I'd like to hear from you, please, at 76, highly commended.
It does feel beautifully voyeuristic and quite visceral, and it's quite unusual to have such an elemental sprinkling of everything in there to really be present with the atmospherics and the reality of what it's like to actually be present in that place. So I really appreciate that Andrew's reminded us of that more than we might have been aware. How it brings us into almost like a real life experience. To me, I struggle a little bit with the actual resolve of the background feature is not quite there, and yet there's not quite the separation of like a viewpoint and a softness in the background. It's kind of halfway in between. It's sort of awkwardly half sharp, half unsharp, which is probably quite realistic to what it would be like to try and capture that photo technically, but aesthetically it's missing something for me about that conversation.
Okay, well Mel Sinclair is at 79, right there on the average, and just still in a highly commended position.
Yeah, look, it's a really gorgeous take on, this gorgeous little snowy scene. I'm stuck on whether there's been too much flash used on that snow to highlight and freeze it in this moment, and that's kind of holding me back because it just feels like it's distracting from that background.
Well, we go to Mr. Andrew Campbell for his right of reply and his interpretations.
I could interpret it saying they look like stars, but I won't do that.
Cut it out, Campbell.
But seriously, folks, I guess the thing here is we're on the journey. It's the travel aspect of this that, put yourself in that position, reward the image for its originality, and bring it into silver, please.
Okay, so Andrew's score of 88 is locked in. It currently scores 79. It did average 80, but with 4 in the 70, the majority rule holds it at that score, or in that band. We now get to have another shot at this. Print now scores 82, silver award. Thank you very much, judges. Next print, please. Oh, well, the print handler's chirping now, yeah.
Just because they want photography.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes. What year was that, John?
2015.
Just to give you an idea, even our print handlers, former past Australian Professional Photographer of the Year in 2015. All judges within a couple of marks of this at 84, silver award. Nice effort there. Naomi Ryder, I'd like to hear from you, please. Could you please talk to this print at 83?
This is a really ethereal there's a path that's taking you on a journey. You want to know what's going beyond those trees. But I think it needs a little bit more space, and that tree on the left-hand side I think it could really be improved with just adding a little bit of room to breathe around the top of the tree and to the left of the tree, just to really, really emphasise that sense of space.
Yeah, great. I see a couple of nods there in agreement there, Naomi. Thank you for that. And thank you, print handlers. We'll go to our next print. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 80, silver award. Congratulations. Can I get a comment, please? Mel, you were there at 81.
Yeah, I enjoyed this image for its feeling of a bit like a little trifle. There's a little bit of icing sugar here, there's a little bit of sweetness, a little chocolate cake. I'm enjoying the colour palette, and I think the photographer's done a great job of capturing it. I think perhaps to improve maybe a crop, just to really tighten in that message about where you want my eye to land and how you want me to feel this landscape.
Okay, thank you, Mel. And we accept that score. Andrew, I'd like to thank you for your time just at the moment. Thank you. Ari Rex, would you please rejoin our panel here? Can we go to our next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores, 82, silver award. Congratulations, excellent thing. Mr. Holand, can I get a quick comment from you, please? You're at 82, right on that average.
Oh, you've got to be careful with that word quick in me, David. I really enjoy the slight asymmetry of the framing here. The colour palette obviously is beautifully defined. There's this gorgeous little cookie when you get up close to the serene little seagull just sitting on the boat in such a peaceful sort of space. And it's just so much breath and breathing room and allowance to move around this frame. And the more you go in closer, the more you're rewarded, particularly by all the detail you can dance around on the reflection of the sky above, which actually quite interestingly is not included in the wider frame, but it becomes a part of it in a reflection, which I really enjoy. It's a beautiful image.
So, Paul, what might have enhanced this print?
I really couldn't tell you.
Has anybody got anything for Afshan? Yeah, please.
This could be something that is only my taste. I think the blue cast in the water at the bottom left is not really matching with the whole color palette.
Okay.
This could be something completely personal.
Certainly something to explore. Thank you, Ashton. Okay, we accept that score and we'll move on to our next image, please. Of course, we're all looking at some very fine prints here, and this category is sponsored by Canson Infinity, distributed in Australia by KL, another sponsor of our photographic industry. Thank you, judges. '87 Silver Award. The quick draw McGraw-Holan is at 90. He wants to have a chat about this. So, Paul, you're obviously working with some high 80s there, and you've got 2 88s, an 87, and an 84 up there. Please, Paul, start your elective challenge.
That is not very far to travel, my friends. The presence and majesty in this image is so gracefully, subtly, and yet quite strongly presented. And the clarity of the design of the frame, the beautiful linear kind of triangulation of leading us back into the frame on both sides, the quiet majesty and strength of the key subject that's allowed this extra breathing room at the top of the frame. Just how precisely it's cropped on the sides with the exact equidistance areas of these two little features on the side just gives it that sense of precision and deliberateness. The choice of paper and the gorgeous little tonality and extra texture it brings into those negative spaces around the sky that just wraps around the rest of the frame. And in terms of depth of field, and you can reach into every single pixel of that frame all the way to the back and enjoy some little element of delicacy and poise. It's a gorgeous, emotive moment too, and both quiet majesty. It's a gold image.
Okay, Naomi Ryder at 84, Silver Award, please.
Yeah, I possibly was a little bit, maybe a little bit harsh. I think the composition and the way that there's just that perspective and it does look like it's a hand-drawn etching, and every detail in the trees, right from the foreground through to the background, is actually quite exquisite. I think I wanted, maybe it comes from being a portrait photographer, I think I wanted something like a wildlife somewhere. Just I was looking for something a little bit more, but perhaps I'm looking for something that doesn't need to be there.
Afshan's signalling there. He'd like to have a talk about this print at 88.
At 88, I will join you in gold. Only reason that I did not come in gold from the first place was I was expecting every tree to be straightened, and if all of them were straightened, my eyes would certainly be telling me gold. That was the only reason that I wasn't in gold. But all your explanation, I will be.
Okay, just a quick word from Ari Rex on this too, because Ari is at high silver, please, before we go back to Paul.
Yeah, I totally agree with what has been said before. This picture is almost perfect. I saw the trees on the right that Afshin brought it up, but I see the other trees as well on next to them on the right that they look pretty straight to me. The photographer has done an amazing job on handling it and capturing it. Those little trees beside the tall trees, they look like children with mothers, and the mother and children, all of them, they have their own little trees beside them.
Okay.
It's just a beautiful picture. I'm coming to gold.
Let's go to back to Paul for his right of reply.
No, I mean, I feel like part of the strength of the narrative of this image is its starkness, and there's even an element of death that's presented to us as well, particularly in this quite strong feature in the centre left of the frame. And we're already speaking, obviously, a very seasonal conversation, but that's in there. Where I feel like it almost like would lose something by that perfect symmetry is there's this lovely visual oscillation that happens left to right, almost like the tagging of an instrument to give you a little bit of tonality to move around and oscillate and not be so rigid in terms of how you, and it gives a more authentic, organic feel to the structure of the image and the story. So I think we're already there. Let's go.
Okay. We're going to lock in Paul's score of 90. He's obviously asking you to join him up in that realm. Now our other four judges now please rescore the print. Gold 90. Congratulations. Congratulations. Awesome score. Thank you very much. We will go to our next image, please. Thank you, judges. Thank you. Oh, that's okay, Paul. Done like you. Print has scored 77, highly commended. Can I get a comment, please? Afshin. Thank you, at 78.
Well, I think the tree is well known, and this perspective is new, at least to my eyes. So well done for doing or presenting in this angle. The colors have been pushed a bit too much, especially on the tree trunk is too much saturation. The choice of paper to show us a color paint, watercolor feeling is good, but it needs a bit more subtle treatment.
Thank you. Thank you. And we will accept that score, and we're going to move on to our next image, please. you, judges. Brent has scored 80, silver award. Congratulations. Comment, please. Ari, can I get you to talk to that? You believed in this at 84, you were right there.
Beautiful image. I really enjoy the choice of long exposure for this picture. It softens beautifully the foreground, and it highlights the poles. Those and the mountains in the back. They quite give nice depth to the image.
Well, I may have improved it a little bit, perhaps.
I find just a tiny bit destructive the little water on the right, but it's from the wind, so kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Accept that score. I'm going to do a judge rotation. Afshan, thank you for your time. Craig Wetchen, can I get you to rejoin the panel here? Thank you. We're going to, as we go to our next print, so our panels, Mel Sinclair, Craig Wetchen, Naomi Ryder, Ari Rex, and Paul Holland. And you're watching the places category in prints, room 4 at PSC South Melbourne. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 79, highly commended, congratulations. Comment please, Mel Sinclair at 78, thank you.
Such delicious subtle colours here, good use of total blacks and the whites. I just feel like the highlights are potentially a bit overexposed on the surface of the icebergs. Just watch your printing and maybe look under proper lighting for your print proofing.
Thanks, Mel. Yep, and a couple of yeahs and nods in agreement there from other judges. Thank you. We'll go to our next image, please. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 86, solid silver. Congratulations. We're going to have a chat. Mr. Holan is at 92. Paul, you've also got support there at 88, 86, and a 81 and 82. Please, Paul.
Oh, I'm still recovering back here. I've never seen a combination of colours like this in my life. I just absolutely haven't. The way they sort of blend and mould into each other and wrap around to each other and emerge out of the print and sink back into different areas. Where I felt like it really lifted up into another realm for me is I felt like I was looking through a mottled glass, and that I was actually looking at it almost like a dreamlike interpretation of it, because I come up really close, some of the resolve falls away in different areas, and it really, really genuinely looked like I was looking through something, and there was a level of opaqueness and transparency that I was being dancing with. It just transported me into a whole other place, into a much more dreamlike sort of place. There's this gorgeous diagonal flow through the lateral designs, but there's also a circular element that's bringing us around. We're not sort of settled in one place, but we're quietly rewarded in a lot of different areas, which I find there's a sophistication in that, in the way it's presented. I'm in gold.
We're going to go down to Mel Sinclair at 81, silver award.
Yeah, I hear everything you're saying, Paul. I found that this image is beautifully presented, you know, focal point bang on. It was really enjoyable in that regards. I just have some quality issues with the top right-hand corner. It felt a little bit mottled in the printing, and I question whether maybe a different paper might have best presented the subtle colour tones and the patterns better.
Any particular paper choice you might sort of say?
Potentially something that's a bit more semi-gloss.
Okay.
I feel like it's quite a matte stock, and I
Great.
feel like it's really absorbed those inks and probably blended them a bit too much.
Great. Craig Wetchen, you were there right in the high 80s at 88.
I think that's probably the beauty in it. And to be honest, Paul, I was sitting up there looking at this photo and I thought in my head, I know Paul's going to actually go gold on this. And I said to myself, why don't you go gold? And I sat down and I put 88 and I'm like, damn it. And I knew you'd go gold. I think it's actually totally undeserving of even a 92 for all the qualities that that Paul was really talking about. That gold and the hues and the color palette is just so celebrated in this photograph. And it is, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. And when we see something that we've never seen anything like it, it's got to go even higher.
Paul, come back. Writer's reply.
Yeah, I would be interested to see it on a different paper stock too, actually, Mel. I'll agree with you there. But my invitation is to lean into that dreamlike interpretation, that if you were shooting through glass, and it really does have that feeling to a lot of it, particularly in the top left-hand corner. It literally even feels like I'm looking through a plate of it. And so I chose to go down that path. I chose to be present with a more dreamlike, softer interpretation. And the more you lean into details and heaviness and different things, the more you're moving away from that. And so, yes, it would have maybe strengthened the more visceral qualities and textural qualities and more literal qualities of it, but it might have taken away from the more figurative and symbolic and emotional qualities. And this, I think, is presented to us absolutely masterfully at a level of gold.
So, follow Paul's dream into gold. Paul's score of 92 is locked in, and our other four judges are now going to rescore this image. $91, gold award. Get up. Excellent debate there, excellent insights. Thank you for sharing those very valuable comments there, judges. We are going to move on to our next image, please. Thank you, judges. Can I just make the comment that sometimes while we celebrate our high marks, we really enjoy those, the real learning is in that commentary and in that dialogue, because everybody's like looking at this image and what would they do and how might they interpret this and what they would have done. But it's so important, that commentary, that language that helps us on our never-ending journey of learning the craft. Speaking of good language, I see one of our former judges and trainers up there, Bill Backman. Hello, Bill. Welcome to the room. Thank you, judges. $87, silver award. Mel Sinclair, whilst not 5 marks off the average, is in gold. Okay. Is in gold.
Is in
And
gold.
can rightly challenge and wants to challenge. Mel, just so you know, you've got support there, and you've got another judge at 90, and you've got judges at 83, 85 and 85. Please start your challenge.
Oh, wow. I would love to commend the photographer on such a brave and gorgeous and bold paper choice. This is from what I understand, to be like a kozo, Japanese mulberry, and it's been used with great effect here to suggest conditions and details in this image that has just been so well handled. To me, this is a Japanese watercolor. It's almost a hand painting. It transcends the landscape genre and almost goes into a gorgeous, gorgeous sketch. And for that reason, I've scored it really highly. And I would really love my fellow judges to get caught up in the magic and the braveness of this creator and just come up into gold with me.
Let's have a chat with Craig Wetch. And Craig was at 83, silver award.
I applaud every word that you just said. Everything you said is spot on, but I struggle with, is it more about the paper detail or is it about the image itself? And so there's this battle that I'm going on between paper, the image. It's about the image. The paper, I feel, should be celebrating the image even more, so that's where I think the paper just detracted from the image.
Well, somebody who saw that as gold is Naomi Wright. I'd like to hear from Naomi, please.
Yeah, there's something. This is a print category, and it's also the places category. And when we see imagery in this, we want to be transported somewhere. We want to experience it. We want to be a part of it. And there's next level complexity with the detail in every little part of this. It looks so beautifully hand sketched, and it's not hand sketched, it's a photograph. And the paper actually, I think, creates a third dimension. It allows us to really just sink into that environment and be a part of it. So yeah, I'm well in support of a gold award for this one.
Okay, I think we're okay there. I'm going to go back to Mel Sinclair for her right of reply on this, please.
Absolutely, and it's everything that Naomi just said, and it's a photography print award. We're looking at an actual print on paper. The composition is gorgeous, it's well balanced. I encourage all my judges to come up.
Thank you, Mel. Mel's score of 91 is locked in, but our other 4 judges may now rescore this image.
What did it get?
What did it get there, please, Ruth? What was the challenge score? 87, it was at 87. $90, gold award. And yeah, just to add to this, I would really encourage all our people here to go and have a look at this. Once it hits the wall, you'll understand where our judges are exactly at, because if you're looking online, obviously you don't get about a paper choice or a technique or a texture, top tone or texture, as they say. But go and check it out. You'll see where they're right at with this. Thank you, print handlers. We'll go to our next image, please. Yes, as image creators, there's the capture, the post-production, and the print in this particular category. That's a triple jump in this endeavour that we embark on, and they all have their own set of skills and need to come together in this kind of presentation. If you want to learn more about top tone or texture, go and see Michael from KL. He's here supporting Canson Infinity Papers. I'm sure he would share his wealth of knowledge on that subject with you. Print has scored 80, silver award. Congratulations. Ari, I'd like to hear from you. You're right there at 80. What did you see and what may have lifted this a little bit for you?
Beautiful image. I quite enjoy the black and white feel of it and the color of the iceberg that stands out, and it's a beautiful subject matter. Probably like maybe a bit of vignetting sometimes would bring a bit more, because I feel just the top would be a bit bright,
Okay.
but yeah.
Thanks, Ari. Thank you, Ari. I'm going to do a judge swap. Thank you, Ari. I'm going to swap you out there at the moment. I'm going to bring Mel Burt in. Thank you for your time on the panel. We'll go to our next image, please. So our panel is now made of Mel Sinclair, Craig Witch and Naomi Ryder, Mel Burt and Paul Holan. And as our next image comes up, you're listening to Room 4 of the Australian Photographic Prize here at Photographic Studies College in South Melbourne. Thank you, judges. All judges agree, or at least it's commended and mostly highly commended at 77. Congratulations. Comment, please. Craig? Thank you.
I think a little bit more more delicate handling in your post-production. The bottom half there seems to be blocking, and it blocks you from really entering the photograph.
Great. Thank you, Craig. We accept that score. We'll go on to our next print, please. Thank you. Print scores 76, highly commended. Congratulations. Can I have a comment from Mel Burt, please? Mel, right here.
Oh, thank you.
You're right there at highly commended, 76.
Yeah, there's a beautiful scene happening here, and I just perhaps loosening the crop a little at the bottom would give that building the place it deserves in the composition.
Right. Thank you, Mel. We accept the score. I'm going to do a judge swap. Thank you, Naomi. At the moment, can I invite Vanessa McCauley back to rejoin our panel? Thank you. Thank you. Please, Ray. Yep, that'd be great. Next image, thank you. That silence is our judges putting their nose to the print, looking left, looking right, having a look around, considering where they're going with this. Print has scored 82 Silver Award. Congratulations. Can I hear from, let's see, Mel, can I ask you again, please? Because you're very close to that average at 83. Please talk to the print.
Yeah, this is, look, there's a beautiful composition, excellent use of the square crop with that leading line coming straight into the mountain, and then we're surprised with those beautiful stars in the sky. And I think it's been really well handled.
Is there anything you've got that might be a upward? Is there anybody else on the panel? Craig? Yeah, hand it across there to Craig there. Thanks, Mel.
Yeah, look, I just think it's just a little bit over handled. I think think zone system in here. Bring a little bit more whites into that flowing water that's coming into here. It's very heavy in the bottom and very heavy in the top. So just to celebrate that zone system.
Great. Thank you, Craig. We accept that. I hear a few yeahs and a few nods and a reference to Ansel Adams and his zone system that Mr. Campbell was touting there before, you know. So, yep, we'll go on to our next image. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Print scores 79, Silver Award. Mel Sinclair at 85 would like to challenge this print. Mel, you've got support there at 81. You've got 79, 77 and 75. Please, Mel.
Such a gorgeous colour palette in this image, and I really, really commend the photographer for choosing to be so well handled and controlled with it. I'm really enjoying the flow and almost like the patterns of this, dare I say arabesque potentially. The colours, look, it just flows really nicely. And I guess the reason I've scored at 85 is that I'm looking at this and I'm wondering if I'm looking at a really wide scene or something really intimate, like I don't know if it's a rock or a whole series of mountains. And it's just that stick that's sitting on that leftmost third that gives that balance, and it's that hero here. So I really encourage my judges, or fellow judges, to come up into the silvers with me.
Craig Wetchin, can I hear from you please at 75?
Yeah, look, I'm just struggling with where I'm supposed to be looking. That's where my battle is. I'm just really trying to find what I'm looking for.
Okay, let's go up to Paul Holland. He's got a comment there at 79.
Yeah, from afar, this sits really beautifully comfortably with me in terms of shape and visual flow and design, and particularly the role in the space of the reflection. But when I come get up close, it's kind of the disparity and almost like the off-center and the blur. I found it really uncomfortable to harmonise with up close. And as much as I enjoy the tones to the right, to the left, I feel like there's kind of a big sort of magenta casting sort of going on. And yes, it's an unusual colour palette. I think it's cohesive, but I'm sort of emotionally kind of trying to figure out where that rests.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Mel Sinclair for a writer reply, please.
Yeah, I hear everything you're saying, Paul. That's the reason I love it. So I guess if, you know, I just ask, judges to come up and just dream a little, and let's see where we go.
So Mel's score of 85 is locked in. Our other four judges can take all that on and now rescore the print. Thank you. 80, silver award. Mel, you just made one photographer very happy getting that 1 mark up there. We accept that score, and we're going to move on here. Thank you, Ray. Ray, Archie and Rose are now currently our awesome print handling crew. We thank them for their efforts, and Ruth keeping me honest there in the background at Scribe and keeping the show running. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 84, silver award. But we have a judge at 98 who's coming in. Craig, you do have, Paul, you have a judge at 87, 82, a 78 and a 74. Let's have a good discussion about this, shall we? This is...
My sleeves are rolled up.
Just so we know, as far as the... So what we decided as... Craig, just before you start, I'm going to give you a minute, or I want to explain something here. We're taking this as an elective challenge. Craig was very deliberate about being elective, wanted it to be elective, so he will have a right of reply in this situation, but therefore his score is also locked in. Cool. Go for it.
When you have a photograph that is presented to you and it just jumps there and your heart starts palpitating, that's where I'm sitting right now. My heart is just racing a mile a minute for several reasons. The immense depth to this photograph. You start questioning, is it a photograph or is it a painting? Or is it an illustration? This is a photograph, folks. This is a true celebration of art and craft in the world of photography. The depth, the color palette, the composition is just so sublime. You just wander through the first kookaburra, if I'm saying that right in my American accent.
Yeah.
And then you wander to the other kookaburra, and he's looking off the other way. The colors through the kookaburra and the tree, you know, they just complement the other colors in the other kookaburra. And then you've got the warmth of the kookaburra's tail, and the depth of the vista brings you right back to exactly what you're looking at. This is something to be celebrated higher than an 84. I put it at 98. I'm just going to go right out there and just go for the gusto. I'm really keen to hear what you guys do not see what I see.
Well, Mel Sinclair's going to offer her interpretation of this image, please. Mel, at 74.
Sorry, I'm just trying to not internalise Craig's face. Look, I really wanted to love this more. I found that the light's falling in the background, and I feel like the front bird is just, he's a bit too warm, and the light is hitting his friend at the top, and I kind of feel a bit like my eyes bouncing around the frame, and it just doesn't rest where I think the photographer wants me to sit on that front kookaburra. And so I'm listening. I'm listening.
We're going to have a good chat here because we've got a very wide range of scores. I'm going to ask Paul Holland to enter the debate here, please. Paul, you're at 87.
Yeah, very closely to Craig. Beautifully pictorial, illustrative quality to this, and such an ode to Australiana and one of the great icons of this country. And And that visual flow is beautifully accentuated by the boldness of that elliptical presentation, which is reinforced with that beautiful curving sweep of the branch. Mel, I feel like that warmth kind of somehow ties it together for me, because that warmth has continued through the tones in the sky as well in the background, and brings that forward where it could sort of fall away. I'm sitting just under gold because I feel like, is there something more that could be done to be a little bit more cohesive in terms of tying the background and the foreground together, and that extra element of believability, or just that bold leap into pure illustrative kind of presentation? It's kind of just oscillating just slightly between the two, only just.
So considering our debate here, I'd like to go to Mel Burt, please, and then I'm going to Vanessa. Right of reply after that, then Mel Sinclair.
There's no denying the composition and the birds are beautiful. What I can't, or what I'm kind of questioning and why I didn't come up further is the back trunk disappears into the air, and so in a post-production sense, it's not complete. And the tonal range between under the first kookaburra and above are completely separate. It's really warm at the bottom, and if those elements had have been more cohesive, I'd be right there with you, I think, Craig.
Let's, Vanessa McCauley, you're in silver at 82.
Yeah, at first I found some of this is going to be probably repeated, but
Yeah, sure.
I found that the colour palette quite disarming, and I took on that the cameo shape of this image would allow me to think that it could be a piece of art. So that tied with Craig's comments, allowing me to forgive that some of that colour palette, because when you're painting, you can paint it whatever colour you want. You can play with your full range, and that's, I think, what they've probably demonstrated here. If I was to go to 98, everything has to be perfect, and there's just a few little details, like some leaves that need to be toned down. There's a little bit of mist that sits on that rear tree branch that really frustrates me, because there's no other hint of mist anywhere else. And then there's that the colour disparity between the front bird and the back branch. So there may be even just a few of those little branchy bits that are hanging down that try to frame the kookaburra might actually be a distraction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Craig, you got a right of reply?
I think what we got to do is step back and not think about the little things that we can overanalyze in a photograph or a painting or an illustration. I'm highly rewarding this photographer for presenting a photograph that looks like an illustration and celebrating the immense depth in the composition. I mean, it's a very complex composition that's going on here. And you just wander through here in the presentation of the oval. You know, I don't see the little elements that you're talking, because all those little elements are there for a reason. And they're just making you wonder and celebrate from the true sense of what a photograph is, presented almost in an illustration. So really, you know, I'm asking you guys to come up to a high gold.
So we're locking your score in at 98 there, Craig, after that extensive debate. Would our four judges please now rescore this image? Craig, if you could enter 98 in for me into your panel, because we've taken this as an auto challenge, please. Sorry, elective challenge, correct myself. Print now scores 88. Very high silver. Congratulations on that debate. Extensive. Thank you very much. I'm going to do a judge swap here, please. Mel, thank you for your time here at the moment. Mel Sinclair, sorry, yes. I think somebody says Melanie Burt and Mel Sinclair, yeah, but I'm not quite that formal. Andrew Campbell, could you please rejoin the panel? And we'll go to our next image, please. Let's keep this rolling. Print has scored 81, silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Who'd like to give me a comment on that? Paul Holan, there you are, at 82.
Yeah, this image has a beautiful, serene presence to it and a quiet sort of strength that I really commend the photographer. I feel like just from a pure print perfection point of view, the highlights are pretty hot, and I don't like leaning into that too much because it's a bit of a technical thing, but it is quite distracting. If you just toned them down a little bit more, it would soften and allow us to explore those details just a little bit more delicately.
Thank you, Paul. Let me just hold the print there, please. Can I just go to... Yeah. Thank you. Okay, next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 83, silver award. Congratulations. Andrew Campbell would like to have a chat about this. Andrew's at 88. You've also got a 86 there in support, an 83, a 78 and 79. Andrew, please.
Awesome. Don't know if you guys noticed this, but there's this beautiful, serene, swan-like wing that we're seeing on the sort of middle to the left hand of the frame there. And if you follow that wing down, you can kind of see the head and silhouette of the bird in the wave, if you like. And from that kind of point of view, it's quite beautiful when you start seeing things in nature that reflect other elements of nature. Also, you've got a very gentle and beautiful colour palette. Can you imagine what this would look like in a hotel room on the wall? It'd be quite beautiful, I would imagine. So I'm going to congratulate the photographer. They've done a really good job.
Okay, Vanessa Macaulay, please. Vanessa there, 79.
Yeah, all of that is where the photographer needs to be very much commended. I feel very uncomfortable looking at this because I feel like the plane or whatever was used to capture this was turning at the time, and I feel a little bit seasick to look at that. Just so perhaps the right-hand side is not as necessary as that beautiful wing.
Well, Craig Wetchen at 86.
I think, look, I'll come up a little bit further. Just wanted to look at it one more time. The textural element to this, I actually had to take a couple extra looks at it, see if it was on textured paper. So I'm actually rewarding that photographer as capturing this and presenting it, that it's got this textural aspect to it.
Okay, Andrew, for your right of reply.
Well, Vanessa, I'd probably suggest perhaps, in this case, don't take it too literally. Just enjoy it as a beautiful piece of art, which I think we're presented with here. And they've got pills for air sickness.
Okay, great. Andrew's score of 88 is locked in. Our other four judges are now rescoring this image. Print now scores 85, silver award. Thank you, print handlers. We'll have our next image, please. Our current panel, Andrew Campbell, Craig Wetchen, Vanessa Macaulay, Mel Burt, or Melanie Burt, and Paul Holland. We're judging the print category of places in room 4 at Photography Studies College, South Melbourne. It's going to be judging going on. This category's still got a little while longer yet to go, and there's other categories going through till I believe 4 o'clock today. I'd like to come down and see some excellent judging and some awesome prints. Come on down. Thank you, judges. Print scores 82, silver award. Congratulations. Vanessa, you were right there on 81. Please speak to the print.
Yeah, I really feel this image. You can feel the cold. You can feel the distinct time of day and year. If it had just a hint more light or something on the main subject, the main building, then I would have gone a little bit higher.
Right, thank you. We accept that score. And next image, please. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 79, which is highly commended. Mel Burt is at 84. She's going to do an elective challenge. You've got another judge in the 80s and 3 judges in the high 70s.
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful image that's been seen, and I think, sorry, I just want to check something. A difficult light as well, and I think the printing they've managed to be able to print into those shadows and maintain a lot of that detail. The highlights are well handled, and we're just led into that beautiful tree right in the middle of the patch of bare trees.
Right.
I think it's well seen.
Okay, Craig Wetchen, I'd like to hear from you, please, at 76.
Because I'm just struggling with what I'm trying to look at. That's probably where I'm fighting for. I mean, I've given commended for that scene, but yeah.
Andrew Campbell is at 81, so he sees silver.
And I'm listening intently to everything Mel's saying, but I'm also, did you notice there's the fog, if you like, the mist is rolling in there. It's almost like a little Stephen King horror movie moment, and it's kind of spooky. So I think I might actually raise my very low 81.
Vanessa Macaulay with a quick comment before Mel's
So all of that, that's what I wanted, is that it's moody, it's got that real cinematic kind of feel to it. I can't go past the printing, and I really want to implore this photographer to visit Rocco or to have a chat with Michael or to get that printing sorted, because that is letting this image down.
Okay.
There is banding across in the sky. There's distinct lines in the sky.
Great. Mel Burt, your right of reply.
Okay, well, I didn't see that on the first round in, but I don't think it should detract from the ethereal nature of that scape. I think it deserves a little more than the high 70s. So I think if you could see your way for a few points, that would be fabulous.
Thank you, Mel. Okay, we lock your scoring of 84, and our other 4 judges, please rescore the image. $81, silver award. Congratulations. Thank you. Next image, please. You okay? Next one. Yep. Okay. Thank you, judges. Print scores 76. Paul Holan at 84 would like to challenge this print. Paul, your other 4 judges are in the mid-70s.
There's this incredibly, unashamedly bold, almost like street art, street graffiti-like level of intensity about this, which is quite easy to sort of overlook initially. And I feel like it's part of that boldness that forces you to be present with every single part of this image in a very, very visceral and bold sort of way. You're not going to miss anything. It's unashamedly screaming at you. You could certainly argue, depending on the subtlety of your palette, whether it's kind of overcooked in some sort of way, but I've chosen to interpret that as a level of boldness and unashamedness and power. And it's a powerful landscape, and you know, it speaks of that kind of fractal quality that's repeated all through nature, from the inside of our cells and the veins in our body, all the way through to the great river systems of the world. So I'd invite you to maybe be a little bit broader in terms of moving this into a realm of a piece of art a little bit more, or graphic street art even, rather than just a literal interpretation of a landscape.
Can I actually go to Craig Wetchen on this, please? Craig, you're at 72.
Look, I enjoy what you were saying about the fractal sense of it, but I think that's what pulled me away. I think a little bit more gentle handling of the greens and the subtle tones through there. It just seems too crunchy. That's where it really held me back. Just be a bit more gentle through there.
I'll seek one more comment before going back to Paul. Vanessa McCauley, please.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that sort of the tug or the pull of macro, micro kind of, you know, what am I looking at? That kept my interest. But there's like, look, chromatic aberration. Say it for me, aberration. And the overhandling, really, I do struggle with that. It's a beautiful scene. Maybe just be a little bit more gentle.
Paul, please.
I mean, there's no two ways about it. This image has been pushed, and it's been pushed hard. But it's been done with deliberateness and boldness and an unashamed sort of quality, representing quite a sort of delicate quality and characteristic of nature. And I feel like that juxtaposition there sort of brings it into a level that it's trying to communicate something else, something beyond the literal. And I feel like, to me, it resonates as something where it does that. So I'd love to award it with at least a few more points.
Okay. Paul's score of 84 remains locked in, and our other 4 judges are now rescoring this image. Thank you. Print scores 76. Now highly commended. Mel Burt, thank you for your time here. And Francis Suter, would you please rejoin the panel? Can we go to our next image, please? Thank you. They are John and Rose and Digby. On regular rotation, but they keep us humming along. Thank you, judges. The sprint score is 86, silver award. But seeing at 90 and gold currently, and Mr. Holden would like to mount a challenge. You've obviously got 88, 2 85s and an 84. Thank you, Paul.
I feel like I need to see the image to speak to it. Yeah, there's so many nuances to this. There's this gorgeous kind of delicate visual flow left to right. There's almost like a cosmic nebula-like feel of this area on the right-hand side that we leaned into. I love the way the darker tones in the middle have separated and accentuated and clarified the key element of the subject really clearly. And yet we're given breathing room and invitation to dance all around the image through tone, through colour, through the density that's equally well massaged in the other areas to give them equal presence and invitation to explore. I feel like this is in gold. I'd love to have a conversation about it.
84, Vanessa McCauley, please.
Yeah, perhaps a little timid with this one because the colours are just delightful, and the tree-like quality of our subject is remarkable. I keep tilting my head. I would quite like to see it reaching upwards towards the sky, but I'm very much listening.
Okay, Andrew Campbell at 88, please.
Yeah, look, in support of Paul's argument here, there's a three-dimensionality to this very two-dimensional image that is playing tricks with my mind. It's giving us a lot more, I think, than meets the eye. The density of those areas, it almost looks like a leaf with a shadow as you look down on it in that regard. And of course, that's not what we're looking at, and that's what makes it so clever. I think I was a little timid at 88, so I'm going to join Paul.
Okay, I'm going to come back to Paul for his right of reply, please.
Yeah, there is, Andrew. There's a dimensional luminosity coming out of this print, which is very difficult and unusual to get from quite a two-dimensional plane, having been in that position a lot myself. I was with you a little bit. I did tilt my head to the side first, and I actually applaud that they've chosen a sense of lateral flow rather than a climbing. And to me, that gives it a sort of gentler sort of feel and a little bit more quieter flow around the image. And I haven't even started speaking about the print quality. It's absolutely superb. And every single aspect of what they can lean into, from the darkest D-Max to the purest white, has been presented here in a very, very masterful and delicate way. This is a gold image.
Thank you, Paul. Your score of 90 is locked in, and our other four judges are now going to rescore this image, please. $91, Gold Award. Thank you very much. Craig Wetchen, thank you for your time. I'm going to ask Mel Sinclair to join the panel, please. And we're going to our next image. We're going to keep that energy rolling, judges, and also take a breath and focus. Thanking you. Let's get those scores in. 77, highly commended. Congratulations. Frances Suter, we haven't heard from you there. Can I get a comment from you, please? You're at 78, highly commended.
Yes, I want to congratulate the photographer to choose a very, very tricky situation of light to photograph that scene, and it's been handled really, really well. I love the little trees coming in from the front, sort of leading you towards the beautiful building. That highlight on the left is just very, very strong and is a little bit distracting, so that could be brought down a little bit to just bring your focus back on the building.
Thank you, Frances. Accept that score. We'll go on to our next image, please. Print scores 83, silver award. Paul Holan at 90 is going to talk to the print. Paul, you've got 3 judges in the low 80s and 1 at 78. Please, Paul.
I've seen a lot of photographs of boat sheds in my time, but I've never seen anything presented to me in a way that's graphical and illiterate and flowing and almost like representing, you know, a sound or type keys sort of tapping along. And then when you get really, really close, you can think into the narrative around that. You know, there's so many families and people and lives and experiences wrapped up in these delicate little points, and we're presented it in a very unusual way. I love the fact that there's detail just behind, particularly on the right, where there's a reference to the landscape behind and the sense of pheasant. It gives it a bit of position. It's not floating just in the air. And I think it's very bold and courageous and unusual to present us like this way in a strip. And by keeping it really simple and allowing that negative space around it, it somehow allows us to sink in even more into the delicacy and the intimacy of each little point of this. So I feel like we're being invited to look at a very common scene in a very unusual sort of way. And that's quite deliberate and quite boldly and courageously and beautifully presented. I'm in gold.
Andrew Campbell at 78, highly commended.
Well, I agree with some of what you said. It's deliberate and it's bold. I think it's the wrong forum for this piece of art. I think this needs to be on a huge scale in a gigantic gallery where that strip would actually sing. But when we're presented with it in this size, at this scale, it's incredibly underwhelming. So I like the idea, but I'm just not sure this is the correct forum for that piece.
Vanessa McCauley, could I hear from you, please? You're at 83.
Oh yeah, and congratulations, photographer, on giving us something unique and quirky and interesting and all of that. And I completely agree. I would love to see this 3 metres on a wall, you know. But if you're going to draw me into the background, then give me not all of it, but at least the tops of each one of the trees. And I know that's being really finicky, but you know, some of them are complete, some of them aren't. One of them possibly is cloned. I don't know. I'm not going to make any assumptions there. But just give me all of that, not partly cut off. And but look, I'm still going to come up a bit because I'm going to reward the uniqueness.
Okay, back to Paul for his right of reply, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is the maximum size you can present this in this competition. This is the best you could possibly do in this particular forum that we have. What I was actually more present to now that I've gone a little bit closer, that each one of those, from what I can tell, is an individual photograph that's been overlapped and presented. You can look at the tonality in and around it. You can see it's taken at a different lighting situation. So it's actually been presented almost like a tapping tapestry of overlaying sort of elements. You can just imagine running your fingers along and creating a melody or a conversation or a sound or a sense of lyrical kind of flow around here that I personally find quite masterful and very, very deeply considered and very well thought and quite beautifully presented. Yes, I would love to see it 3 minutes on a wall. And please, can we find out who it is at one stage and ask them to do that for us all. So I'm on gold and there's a bunch of low silvers. Let's see if we can get into a high silver.
Thank you, Paul. Paul's score of 90 is locked in, and our other 4 judges, we'll see whether they are following Paul down his mellifluous dissertation. 86, high silver award. Thank you. Congratulations. I need to do a double judge change. Both Vanessa and Francis, your services are required. Please go find Kay Davis. Can I invite Afshin and Ari Rex back to the panel, please? So that will make next print, please. Yes, so that will make our panel Andrew Campbell, Mel Sinclair, Afshin Johari, Ari Rex, and Paul Holan. As we move on to our next image in the print places category, room 4, PSC South Melbourne. Thank you, judges. Thanking you. You're refreshing it, Paul? Okay. Print scores 82, silver award. Feeling it at 87, Paul Holan. Paul, you've got a judge and support at 86 and 82, and 2 high 70s.
Yeah, I oscillated quite a bit around with this image. I was really drawn initially by the structure and boldness and warmth and tonality in the central part of the frame, and juxtaposed with the coldness and the bleakness of the atmospheric. So not only is it just, you can see the snow on the roofs, it's actually a part of the conversation through almost like every pixel of the whole frame. So it's very elemental. Where I feel like there's a little bit of an extra element of narrative is the inside-outside, this poor little bird that's hiding under the alcove and freezing its actual butt off. And just below is kind of that symbolic representation of warmth and, you know, a beautiful lamp in a window that accentuates the kind of warmth and coziness of being inside, and it presented on the same lateral kind of point of view, and they're quite in reference to each other. And, you know, the top right just gives us a little bit of depth, a little bit of connotation, a little bit of context around the wider scene and the community that's there. But I feel like there's this really delicate conversation going on between a natural being and nature and kind of the way we choose to live as humans in these really extreme elemental places.
Okay, we go to Andrew Campbell, please, at 76.
I see all that, Paul, and I think you're absolutely right. Where the image falls down for me is the top right-hand corner. It just leads me out of all that wonderful descriptive elements that you were just referring to before. If that wasn't there, I'd be absolutely with you.
Okay, I'd like to go to Ari Rex, though. Ari Rex was at 86.
I'm very close to Paul with this, and reinforcing about the top right corner that Andrew finds it a bit distracting. It gives a kind of a depth and a different dimension to the photograph. I really enjoy the composition and also what photography is all about, this moment captured during the snow. It's quite unique, and yeah, I'm on high silver. So.
Paul, you write a reply at 87, please.
I won't lie, Andrew, I had a similar thought. What I like, though, or what I feel like is a little bit more sophisticated, is that we are given this beautiful, delicate line as well through the patterning on the top of the snow on the roof to just join us in there gently. It's just saying, yes, I've concluded it, and I've given us a delicate kind of positioning to do that. But I feel like, you know, again, the strength of that narrative in the front and the boldness and the design and the colour and the conversation going on there is very, very beautifully present.
Currently scoring 82. Paul's score of 87 is locked in. And our other 4 judges are now rescoring this image. Thank you. Print scores 83. Silver award. Thank you. Can I do a judge swap, please? Mel Sinclair, thank you. Naomi Ryder, could you rejoin our panel, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores, 83, silver award. At 88 is Mr. Paul Holan. You've got 2 judges in the low 80s and another one in the high 70s. Thank you, Paul.
Not deliberately putting myself in this position, by the way. I have no idea what you're scoring. Yeah, what a gorgeous invitation to just be deeply present with Australiana, the outback country. This looks like Akarula to me. Where I feel like it really moved up another level is actually the paper choice is such an integral part of this image. It literally flows in and out of the frame in every pore of it. And I feel like it's very successful. For those at the back, you can't quite see it. It's a deeply textured kind of semi-luminous kind of paper that gives it a very watercolor sort of, it almost like moves me back into the aesthetic of a painting from the 1800s, and it's sort of really, the color palette also speaks to that. It's almost like, feels like it's a homage to some earlier art and a lot of exploration of a landscape that's kind of touched the world. And it's kept this narrow band of colour palette, this warm palette all the way through, and these mustardy colours, which I feel is quite deliberate and really, really accentuates that homage to me. The lighting's exquisite, the framing is beautiful, the timing of the day, the handling of those mid-tone contrasts is really, really quite masterfully handled. It's a gorgeous representation and invitation to be present with the deep Australian outback.
Afshin at 78, please.
Yes, I commended the photographer for everything you mentioned. What I wanted a bit more light on the front rocks or mountains. I am confused with the magenta in the horizon. I don't know why it's there, how it's there. Other than that, the rest of the color palette is beautiful. The choice of paper, is it Pt.1 or I don't know, Barita Prestige, is great. However, I think for this scale of the print is a bit overpowering.
Okay. Naomi Writer, could I hear from you, please? You were right there at 83.
Yeah, this has got a beautiful sense of warmth and a sense of peace and tranquility in it. The only thing, I probably would have gone a little higher. I can't fault the detail, the highlights, the shadows, everything is there. And I love the paper choices, actually really, really strengthens the image. The only thing that does really bother me a little bit is the horizon is just ever so slightly, feels like it's a little bit not quite horizontal.
Okay, Paul, you got your right to reply?
Yeah, thanks everyone. Yeah, the paper choice is just unashamedly and unequivocally a huge part of this image. You also can't separate the two. I don't know if going any hotter on those highlights would help. In fact, I'd probably find it more distracting, and it would sort of pull you away from that soft flow and that accentuation and alliteration of shape going from the range just behind and the range behind again. I feel like that's present very gracefully. It would take some grace away from the image for me, and I feel like that is quite light already in the foreground. Naomi, I think in the background it's quite an oscillating kind of shape, that background. Like there's parts of it that merge up, parts of it merge down. I don't personally feel like that's kind of an issue for me. Part of me maybe wants a little bit more sky to give a touch more breathing room, but it's also very deliberately pulling us down into the highlight of the forward frame. So I'm not going to say any more. I'm on 88.
Yep, and that is Paul's score is locked in, and our other 4 judges, please put your revised score in. Print scores 84, silver award. Thank you very much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 87, high silver award. Paul knows this has got to be done. Paul is at 92, gold award. You've got, so Paul, you've got support at 89 and you've got mid-80s otherwise.
89, mid-80s. Has anyone seen this paper before? It's almost like pearlescent with all these little pockets of sheen and delicate little points that just have this luminosity of, oh sorry, I'm meant to sit back here, aren't we? While it's happening. I really enjoy that it's a little bit smaller, this elliptical frame. There is a natural bit of breathing room around it, which I really appreciate. I feel like there's a lot of emotion in the centre of the frame with these two characters together, just looking out into the world beyond. We're given a bit of an oval window to do that, and almost reinforced by that direction of view by having those two figures there. And we have a couple of witnesses and a couple of players and a gorgeous little one in the top left corner as a bit of a cookie. I particularly enjoy the way the foliage has been handled and that delicate luminance, particularly on the leaves on the left there and the right, that's just flowing around and giving it a lot of a brace point. The elliptical shape obviously gives it a beautiful flow around the frame. The handling of the tone range is beautiful and very, very refined and very delicate and a little bit subdued, just it's not just too much. And the whole image sort of moves into an illustrative, pictorial kind of space in terms of an art piece that's exploring the Australian landscape and some of the kind of bold creatures that we all know live in it and dance in it beautifully. I'm on gold.
Ari Rex plays at 84.
It's definitely a beautiful image. What a story. Fantastic, the oval shape, it gets you into to read more of this story. The only thing that let me down just a tiny bit, I felt that there is just a little bit of halo on post-processing on top of the birds, and that the sky looks a bit over-colored, so just that.
Okay, let's go to Andrew Campbell, because Andrew was right there at 89.
Almost there at 89.
Well, you were at 89
Look,
and...
First of all, I want to commend the photographer here. They've done a fantastic job. The stories within that, as Paul alluded to earlier, you know, you've got lovebirds, you've got the jealous one up at the top right, sort of looking on, going, huh. And you've got the cute little one down the bottom saying, come on, hello, cocky, let's do the thing. Sorry, we've got one of these birds at home. And it's terrific, and the framing works well with the oval, and it looks like it should be a children's book cover or something, and, you know, adventures of, you know, these parrots, whatever. But the reason I'm just held my score at 89 was the sunrise burst light coming through the clouds behind hasn't been, in my opinion, fully realised in the foliage in the background. That those leaves should be glowing, and there's a sort of disconnect with the reality of where I really want to be taking this, because I want to be at 99 or 100 with this, and I'm just struggling a little bit, and that's why I put in a very deliberate 89.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Paul for his... Would you like to add something there to this? Go for it, Ashton.
So you mentioned about the paper choice. Yes, the paper is beautiful paper. What it adds to this image, I don't know. If you can explain that. What Andrew said about the light, yes, and if the light coming from behind, how do you explain the lighting on this bird at the bottom right, which comes from top right, from this side? And closing my eye, I only can see the peak from this bird. That is the highlight of this image. Is it the most important part? If you can explain this, I might consider coming higher.
Paul.
Yeah, to me that peak, that's the entry point into the image. That's the first step. And it's right there. It's like you can jump on that and just start moving forward from there. Andrew, with that lighting, I feel like, I mean, this is an illustratively presented piece. This is not a literal photograph. And in that regard, that choice of paper sort of moves into this otherworldly, dreamlike kind of realm. It's pearlescent. It has just pockets of little reflections everywhere, and it almost feels like diamonds that are just rippling through areas. It has an aesthetic I haven't been present to before. Andrew, that light rod, I feel like it does. If you look at those leaves on the left-hand side, that's where the artist has decided to bring that luminescence of that backlighting in. And that brings us more forward and more present in the front part of the frame and moves us to be more present with that voyeuristic positioning that the two are in, looking out into the world rather than, and if it was lighting up leaves in the background, we'd be more present back there. So yes, if you were arguing from a technical landscape, literal point of view, you'd expect maybe a bit of light back there. But I love it. Everything about this feels so deliberate, that very clearly is too. And it just lifts us back into this plane and actually separates the front and the back a little bit more. But I feel like the little bit on the right is the stepping stone into the frame. So we're pretty close. We're on 87, we've got an 89, we've got a 90. I really feel like this is a very superior piece of communication, and it's very complex and it's very magnificently presented. I'd love to give it a gold.
So Paul's score of 92 is locked in. We were treated to the sound of a polar bear going through the snow and Andrew chirping his way along here at the moment. Our other 4 judges now call it an 89. High 89, highest of silver. Congratulations. Great debate. Thank you very much. And we will accept that and move on to our next image. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Rose, for your print handling. Thank you, judges. Print scores, 81. Silver award. Congratulations. Naomi Ryder, you were right on the 81. Please speak to the print, give us a comment, and maybe what might have got a better result, higher result.
This is beautifully printed. There's so much detail in this, even right through to the top of the image. I think perhaps too you could improve it a little more by maybe even cropping in a little bit tighter and maybe taking a little more from the left and the top.
Great, thank you. Accept that score, and I'm going to do a judge swap here. Naomi, thank you for the moment. I'm going to invite Mel Sinclair back to rejoin our panel. Thank you. We're going on to our next print. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Print scores 72. May I have a comment, please, from, let's see, Ari, yes, please. Thank you.
It's a beautiful subject, the cone. I would probably suggest to straighten a bit the photograph, probably stand back a bit to give a bit more space to the subject in front.
Brilliant.
But otherwise, it's good.
Thank you, Ari. Accept that score. I'm going to do another change. Thank you, Ari, for your time here. I'm going to ask Craig Wetchen to please rejoin the panel. Keep it moving, keep it fresh, Keep it going. Thank you, print handlers. We'll go to our next image. Thank you. We still have a considerable number of images to get through. We're going to keep plying on. This one wants to stay. It's trying to be a permanent installation. Thanks, judges. Print scores 79, which is a silver, highly commended, I should say. But no, we do have the right, though, for a challenge. Andrew Campbell is at 85. You have one other judge in the 80s with you there, Andrew, and the others at high 70s, please.
Excellent. This image is very well framed and composed. It's balanced as beautifully. There's a sense of calm and peace with the slow time exposure that's being used to allow that water to drift over the rocks and so forth. The lighting works well with the sense of impeding doom of the storm coming, so you wouldn't want to see too much sort of hot, bright highlights or anything like that. It's deliberately subdued, and I guess it's literally what we're seeing here is the calm before the storm.
Craig Wetchin at 76, please.
Unfortunately, I don't see the narrative that you're drawing in this. I'm just losing the whole focus point of the whole overall photograph. So I have nowhere where I'm trying to rest. I feel like I'm going all over the place in the photograph.
Let's go to Paul Holland there. He is at 81 and has a short comment for us.
Fuck. Sorry. Did you hear that? Excuse me. That was just me burping. I'm with Andrew. I think it's in silver. I think the delicacy and the tonality and the separation of hues in the foreground is absolutely exquisite, and it's beautifully repeated just behind to tie the spatial depth front and forward back in the frame. I probably would have gone higher if there was a little. I feel like the sky's a little bit murky. I'm not quite sure if I feel a storm coming, and I'd probably maybe remove even the caravan and that kind of thing as well, just to simplify the essence of the pure wilderness feel to this.
Short one, Ashton.
Sure. Yeah. The mudiness in the top right is what blocked me, as well as the composition. I feel like the 1/3 from left is the most interesting part of the image. The rest, to me, is not adding anything to the story, but appreciate the texture in the water.
Let's go back to Andrew Campbell, please. Right of reply.
I want to thank Paul. That caravan's great. I didn't actually spot that. because that's so isolated and lonely, and these people are just like, you know, they're stuck there. They're not going anywhere, and this storm's about to come. So there you go. Thanks for that little gem. Craig, just follow the river. Enjoy the journey.
So Andrew's score is stuck at 85, but your other four are not stuck and may move if they so choose. Please re-score this print. Print scores 79. It was 80 by average, but 79 by majority. Paul Holland, I'm going to rotate you at the moment. Thank you very much for your time. Vanessa Macaulay, please rejoin our panel. Thank you. And we'll keep going to our next image. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. Print scores 82, silver award. Craig Wetchen at 93 sees this a little differently. Craig, you do have an 86, an 80, an 80, sorry, an 80, a 78 and a 73. Let's have a chat.
Look, I initially put the score in at 88, and I just go, nah, backtrack that. I'm thinking about the journey and looking at how this photographer has looked at the scene and has found an opportunity to see how man has traversed along the coastline with the footsteps. That's what really ended up selling it to me even more, and that's why I then rewrote my score into what did I give it, 90?
You got it 93.
Write it as a good solid gold. And I wanted to make sure you guys did not miss that little bit of a journey that's going on in this. Print quality is so sublime in here. The tonal range is going all over the place in here, and I just think it's so delicately handled. So it'd really be interesting to. I'm going to save some final comments because I'd like to hear what you guys either have saw or missed.
Andrew Campbell, can I hear from you, please, at 73?
Yeah, sorry, Craig, didn't see that. Not convinced they're human footprints either, to be honest, given that they're coming into a waterhole. It's more likely to be an animal, I dare say, or a pair of animals. I'm a bit concerned about the muddiness of the overall image. There's a sort of a compressed dynamic range that isn't really enticing for a monochrome result. It's very kind of heavily weighted on the right-hand side with the neutral space on the left, and I'm not sure that completely works for me either. So I'm listening.
Well, we're going to go to Ashvin there. He's at 86, so he sees a solid silver at least.
Yes, I saw those steps and I awarded a bit high silver because of what the photographer saw and delivered. But what Andrew mentioned about the muddiness has stopped me to go higher. I dearly love to go to gold. It was a tad sharper and been a bit cleaner.
Okay. Craig, you've got a right of reply though here to use this as we're taking this as an elective challenge.
Look, I don't see the muddiness. I see, if you've been in snow, it's always overcast when it's snow out, and it's very dark, but yet the snow has a way of having that luminescence aspect. Whether they're animal prints or human footprints, I think just about the traversing through the landscape and how, I'm really rewarding for that well-seen visual communication here, and yeah, that's really where I'm getting at the gold. The visual communication here is just, I think it's just sublime.
Okay. Craig, your score of 93 is, I'm going to ask you to re-enter that score, please, and our other four judges take that debate on. Print now scores 85, solid silver, congratulations. We'll hold the screen there, please, or yeah, we can take that print down, but we're going to hold there at the moment. We're actually going to take a break for a little while, everybody. We're actually going to recess for lunch. So live stream, we've decided that we're going to break now until 2 o'clock. So we'll be back, judges, if I can have you back here between 10:02 and 5:02, so we can finish off this category. Thank you, and we'll see you shortly.